Yo, what's going on, guys? I'm here. This is Antonio. Roy is with me. Roy,
What's
how you
up?
doing?
Good. How are you, bro?
I'm good. I just wanted to do a live to discuss different things, different pieces of news today. The Fiorentina game, and just checking in with everyone, just because we have a long summer ahead of us, and it could be a depressing summer. It's not starting off in the best way, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah, so everyone click the like button if you can. Always gotta remind you guys. What's up, Joel? Joel, thanks for being here. And he says, graduated school and we still haven't won the 8th UCL and not even made it to a final. I graduated.
Ouch.
Yes, congratulations. I'm assuming it was high school. Congratulations. That's always a big moment. I graduated 2 years ago, so yeah, the channel has been here for a while now. I feel like we've seen multiple graduations.
Yeah, congrats, Joel. Well done, bro.
Rafik says Forza Milan, Cardinale, hashtag Cardinale plus Furlani out.
Yes. And vote, guys. I want to know who you think should run Milan. Go on the poll and vote.
Yep. And I want to discuss Italiano because this is Fiorentina is very interesting here.
Mhm.
What's up, Fahadinho? How are you? Yes. Rumor is we should have a budget. Yeah, so there's a lot of different interesting pieces of news that we can discuss about the budget, about the market. What's up, Orlando? How are you? But so Roy, I wanted to discuss Fiorentina today because I watched the entire game, the Conference League final in Greece against Olympiacos. Olympiacos wins it in the 116th minute of added time of extra time, second half by a goal from El Kabi, which was defended really poorly, and they won 1-0, and it was the first European trophy for a Greek team in the history of football. So very big moment for Greece over there. But Fiorentina lost this game. I watched the entire thing, and I was extremely disappointed by the quality of the game. I don't know if did you watch the game, Roy?
Yeah, I saw the full game.
Okay. Yeah, like it was for to me it was really frustrating to watch. I think in the first half, Fiorentina was maybe slightly the better team. They had a few chances. Overall, though, basically there was no midfield in this game. It was just long balls from the back line up that were just basically always going to be intercepted. Possession just kept getting lost and regained, lost and regained. And Fiorentina just even the chances that they created, they would like miss kick the ball. They wouldn't have good shots on goal, and it seemed like they weren't really in it mentally. But the thing that bothered me the most is because before this game, I actually predicted that Olympiacos would win it because I just had this thing about Fiorentina. I didn't think they would be mentally strong, and I know that Olympiacos they performed really well in the semifinals. They beat Aston Villa pretty easily, and they're playing with a in Greece, and I thought they were going to be super intense and super just locked in because for me, like we discussed so far, mentality in these games is just such an important factor. But when the game actually started, they were also very sloppy and they weren't the better team for I think most of the game. Then I think at the end of the game they started to become the better team, but they weren't that good. They weren't that sharp. So I think Fiorentina had everything they needed to do to try and win this game, and they just played awful. So everything didn't really work out for them. This also could have given Torino a Conference League spot and sent Fiorentina to the Europa League. That didn't happen. So now the top 8 teams are in Europe in Serie A. And one last thing, I guess, before I ask you about your overall thoughts, is just this is the second year in a row that Italiano has lost this. Last year, they lost by another late goal, to West Ham, and they were very close. I thought they maybe played a bit better in that game, but overall, I mean, it's just two disappointing results. And I think Italiano, I've never really rated him a lot because I feel like he plays down to his opponents. I've always said this. What I mean by that is I don't see Fiorentina, I rarely see them winning comfortably and using, and outperforming their expectations. Like I feel like they lose points to teams in Italy that are a lot worse than them. They always finish like pretty much where they're expected to. It's not like it's a bad thing. They don't have an amazing team, but they have enough to win these types of games, and they just can never overachieve, in my opinion. And this game, I mean, if they couldn't win this, I really doubt that Italiano could win another game or another Conference League for Fiorentina in the future. So I don't know. I think he'll probably move on this summer. From what I'm hearing, it's interesting to see. We can discuss Italiano overall, but yeah, I mean, Fiorentina's gonna have another Conference League season next year, and overall, they just haven't improved in the past few seasons, even though they keep reaching these finals. So I'm happy that Fiorentina can maybe try and be competitive in this competition, but so next year as well. But I mean, I think that they have to get over the line eventually, and I don't know if Italiano is that guy. But what are your thoughts on this game?
Yeah, I agree with a lot of that. It was a really poor game, technically speaking. Both teams were very scared to win. Almost, it felt like, which is different from the last final because last final Fiorentina was pretty dominant and they were played with a lot of assurance. They just could not put the ball in the net. Like they took a million shots, they could not put the ball in the net. This time around, they looked more timid, and every time they had an opportunity, it was too soft.
Yeah.
The timing was off. It's just that mentality, that lion, the hunter. You go grab it. It was not there, And this is where I ask, why is it like this? Because this is the third time that they lose a final. They also lost in the Coppa Italia the season prior, I believe.
Yes.
So this is three finals that he loses. One good thing that you can say about Italiano is that he gets you to the final. He gets you to the final, but now it's three times, but it seems like he hasn't been able to give the team the mentality to cross the line. And maybe that's something to consider and analyze. So yeah, it's either the glass is half full or half empty. It's yeah.
Yeah. And I feel like if I had to make a prediction, I think Italiano maybe wants to move on. And I don't think he'll be sacked, but I think like there may be a mutual agreement for for that to happen. The question is, I don't know where he would go because the thing is this. Okay, some people are saying, well, if you look at all the big clubs in Italy, it seems like Inter is obviously settled with their coaching situation. Juventus is now settled. Milan is now settled. Atalanta is settled. The last UCL team is Bologna, who are going to need a manager, and people are linking him to that job. But the thing is, first of all, I mean, two things. My two thoughts about this Bologna link with Italiano is number one, Bologna. I mean, I really hope that they can capitalize on this great season and maintain a big club in Italy. Their status in Europe as well.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Like if you had asked me before the season which is a bigger club, Fiorentina or Bologna, I would have said Fiorentina. Like who has a better future? It's probably Fiorentina.
Well, I see where you're going with this,
Yeah.
and I think Italiano to Bologna could be a good fit.
No, yeah. I'm not saying it's a bad fit, but what I'm saying is like it seems like he wanted to like elevate his career. He was getting linked to Napoli, which now is going to be Conte most likely, and other clubs which now have managers. So Bologna is like the only other top 10 side
Yeah, yeah.
that he could go, yeah, that he could realistically go to. And I was just saying, like, is that actually an upgrade in the long run? I mean,
Oh, I think
maybe
so,
it is.
100%. It is 100% an upgrade because he's going straight into the Champions League. Now, as far as the prestige of the team, of course, in this moment, Fiorentina is the more prestigious club. But as far as what the objectives of the teams are, it's going to be quite different. Fiorentina is going to have to fight for the Conference League and stay in those positions. Bologna, I'm assuming that they want to maintain that top five status and also do something in the Champions League. I think if their objectives are probably going to be second place in the group, maybe if they can. But
Really?
yeah, I mean, I think they're going to be pretty realistic about it. I don't think they're going to.
Oh, by the way, there's no groups anymore, but I guess like what you're saying is that to qualify out of the group, basically,
Yeah,
or to
if
qualify
they
to the next.
qualify for them, that's like winning the Champions League. If they qualify out of the group for them, that's like winning the Champions League. So I think that's the maximum that they can really strive for. And that's a good objective for Italiano. That's a step above from the Conference League and trying to finish seventh. So in this current moment, yeah, it's a good. That's a good step for Italiano.
So okay, I agree with you that playing in the UCL is a big step. I guess what I'm saying is like in the long term, like will they be able to? Who will finish higher next year? I guess that determines between Fiorentina and Bologna. But for me, I guess that just determines. It's yet to be seen what they do and how ambitious Bologna is. I hope they're ambitious. I hope that they can but bring in some players and can try to sustain this. But yeah, I think, and we'll see how strong their foundation is. In my opinion, I would prefer Sarri as a coaching candidate to Bologna, just because I think Sarri just has a bit more like he's won. I think Chelsea won the Europa League, I believe, with him. He's a little bit more in terms of his resume, and I like his. I think his clearer ideas. I think Italiano. It's not like, to be fair, we're having this discussion like how much is it the players that just had terrible quality versus how much was it Italiano's tactics. It's not like Olympiacos dominated the game. It was just a pretty bad game on both parts. So maybe you can even say it wasn't all his fault, but from a mental perspective and also from maybe the substitutions, I think they weren't really the best. And I
Right.
think the coach does have a huge role in that.
Well, let me just say this right away because it's very important to note. Thiago Motta's success was not necessarily the football, the nice, pretty football. Thiago Motta's success was his defense because it was one of the defenses that had conceded the least. They were either second or third after Inter. It was Bologna. So the question I have is, can Italiano do that? And that is something that I think no. So I do think if Italiano goes, it would be a downgrade from Thiago Motta. Sarri is a good call because Sarri would they would respect Sarri. He's got pedigree and he commands a lot of respect because of his career.
Yeah.
So I think that's how it. But I think it would be good for Italiano. Yeah, I don't know if he can maintain. I don't know if he can do what Thiago did, because
Yeah,
defense
sure.
is the key. Defense is the key.
Yeah, and it'll be an interesting, like, honestly, besides maybe like the top 3 or 4 teams, I think the rest of the teams fighting for Europe next season are going to be very hard to predict, like how they do. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Bologna and Fiorentina both like relatively, where they land, and also who will Fiorentina get as a coach if he decides to leave as well. So that's
Yeah.
also another interesting thing to discuss. And I also wanted to point out one last thing before I can. My dad just joined, but the Olympiacos manager, in case you guys didn't know, actually won the Europa League last year with Sevilla, and this year he won. He was able to get the Conference League. And
Nice.
both of those games were super close. But yeah, they just barely scraped through.
Okay, I'll just say this though. Listen, I'm saying this with all honesty and objectivity.
Oh yeah,
I don't think the Olympiacos coach did much to win this game. I really think this is a game Fiorentina lost.
oh yeah, for sure. I agree. I'm
But
just saying it's coincidence.
congratulations on Olympiacos and their coach for sure.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying like it's a crazy because like they weren't that impressive, but they were able to get the job done. And I will say this: they definitely didn't deserve to like lose this game. I don't think Fiorentina was
No,
better, but Fiorentina could have won this game for sure.
yeah. If
Um,
Fiorentina had good mentality in front of goal, they could have won this game 3-0 because
yeah.
they seem to be the more dominant team on the ball, possession technique. And when you had in the beginning, especially Bonaventura, there was much more
Mm.
quality. Um, just Fiorentina had more quality. It's just like they're like puppies. They're like little puppies. They're scared. They're scared to get their
Yes,
feet wet.
definitely. And also, 2 things to add. I want to say this about Olympiacos just because to give them some credit. I watched their games in the semifinals. They destroyed Aston Villa. They definitely deserve to be here, which is Aston Villa is like a top 4 team in England as well. And in this game, they also could have had a penalty. So like you have to give them. I don't. They definitely deserved it. So I don't want to take anything away from them. And also, Milan's Twitter account congratulated them, which is kind of funny. If I thought, I don't know if you saw that, but
Yeah,
that
yeah.
was
Mhm.
interesting to me. Yeah, and the other thing I want to say, just to your point, there is when I was watching the game, um, I totally like there were some. I don't know if you saw this, but after literally in like the last few minutes of the game after Fiorentina had conceded, I think Ikone had like a super close chance in front of the goal,
Yeah,
and that was to me one of the only times after the first half where Fiorentina like did a try to risky through ball through the Olympiacos line, and it actually paid off there. I just felt like they were just getting it and they were just scared to take
yeah.
risks this game.
Right. Yeah.
Maybe because they were scared after losing the final last year. They were trying to be super solid, and it was going to go to penalties most likely. But then there was like that mistake at the very end for them. But Yeah, it just seemed like they were super, super scared.
Yeah, and so we spoke about this.
Yeah.
Does it come down to the coach or is it the players? Anyway, let me say thanks to Pete. What's up? What's up, guys? Thanks for another live. Much appreciated. Thanks for 10 Australian dollars, bro. Really appreciate it, bro. All right, so yeah, I think they lost deservedly. Olympiacos won deservedly, so congratulations to them. And I really like the Conference League. I think it's a great tournament because I think it's awesome that these teams that finish in that zone of the league, seventh, and for the bigger leagues, and then of course Olympiacos is like one of the best teams in Greece. But anyway, gives these teams an opportunity to win the European trophies. I like it. It's going to be good for Italy too, so I like it.
I totally agree. I really enjoy the Conference League and the Europa League. I think it's a European trophy at the end of the day, and it means a lot. And by the time you get to the end of the tournament, there's usually some tough teams there. It gives
Yeah.
you a lot of experience as well. And yeah, I just think that for me, if you look at the early stages of the tournament, that there are some really weak teams. So I think Fiorentina has been able to capitalize on that, which is good. So that's to me the only thing about this Italiano credit where I'm a little bit hesitant to give a lot of credit because he usually just barely scrapes past teams in the knockout rounds in the group stage that they should be beating. But overall, at least he gets the job done. To get them there.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah, Joel says Fiorentina were too hesitant, too much fear, not enough courage. Of course. Bologna's objective next season will be the same as Milan's. That's a hot take.
I mean, pretty much, yeah. Actually, pretty much, yes. The
Yeah.
real objectives.
Well, Fonseca, we'll see. We'll see what he cooks up. Um, what's up, Edison? How are you? Good to see you.
I want.
Yeah.
Listen, there was something that Moji said today that I wanted to bring up. There was a tweet. There was an interview
Mm,
that he had, and he said something very interesting. Let me see if I can get it. Give me a second. And
yeah.
I thought that he was hit the nail right on the head with this one.
I think I probably know what you're talking about, but I want to see if it's the same thing.
Okay,
Let me just see the
no,
chat.
I got it. Yeah,
Okay.
go to chat. I'll get it.
Yeah. Oh, interesting. Did YouTube take away the live with Fonseca? That's interesting. What that we
They
did
did.
about I'm not sure.
Oh yeah, the first one, yeah.
They were like playing yeah.
But yeah,
Uh
you know why? It was because of Guerresi. It was the German Bundesliga that took it back.
okay.
Yeah.
A very conservative ask for these losers is not to sell any top players and buy a solid number 9, a DM and sub for Theo. This can be achieved in less than 75 million, but I am sure we are going to F this up. I agree. We can discuss the budget actually because VTL gave some good news today. But
Yeah,
let's see
okay,
what Roy
yeah.
has first.
So these are some of the headlines. And Fonseca is a yes man. If they sell to Hernandez, he accepts it because he's a company man, right? So this is Luciano Moggi talking about Fonseca. Then he asked Pioli last year, he coached a team with 8 new players with Furlani's algorithms with no high level midfielder. So, he's going straight in, he's saying, and then he said more. He spoke about the Tonali, like Milan had a world class player in Tonali that should have stayed because he could stop attacks and he could initiate attacks. And that was the only player we had that could do that. So Moggi recognized Tonali as a world class player. Moggi is, one that is quite known for his ability to find talent. That says a lot. And he's talking about the club like we are talking about the club, like no holds bars. So that's I'm really happy that he said these things because I think it should be said.
Yeah. No, it's interesting. I agree with the yes man part, definitely. Um I just think I'm really worried because I mean, we're going to discuss the market, but I feel like Fonseca basically, I'm sure that they basically agreed, and he said he wouldn't complain about any of their market philosophy or strategies. We know that he values the data and the basically Moneyball as well. So, and we
Yeah,
know that he's fine doing that and just trying to develop players to be sold. So,
correct.
that's yeah, that's exactly what he's used
He
to.
likes doing that. So, it's a fit. He likes doing that. That's what he likes to do.
So I mean, I think Roy and I like we saw the videos. We all know what to expect now. So we can make. I actually already have a prediction of what's going to happen this mercato. So it'll be
Well, I
we'll see what
listen,
happens.
I wouldn't look. This is as far as history says regarding mercatos. Mercatos, as soon as the money starts going out and players start coming in, there's always excitement that comes no matter what.
Oh yeah,
The thing is always to be here, to don't get fooled. Let's be objective about who comes. Let's really analyze them in depth and see whether these players that are going to come are really going to make a difference, or is it just hype? Because we mustn't get confused with hype and actual tangent efficiency. Those are two things that get mixed together too much.
yeah. I mean, I guess I here's the thing. We can discuss the overall mercato now, I guess, and just get into that discussion. For me, like what Rafik here says, I agree 100% with what his predictions are. I don't think that we are going to, even though, okay, I can pull up the exact tweet actually from VTLO here about the budget, but there were some good news about the budget today, seemingly good news, which makes complete sense if you've been following the club recently. So
Yeah, yeah.
I just want to pull this up. But this is the thing. Um Here we go. I'm getting the exact tweet. Where is the Okay, basically, yeah. Actually, I don't know if I can find the exact tweet, but basically VTLO said that our budget without any player sales is 90 to 100 million euros. Now, I don't know if that's so VTL is very legit. I don't know if he's also including like the guaranteed sales of Salamakers, Charles de Ketelaere, and other players, but that's what he's saying, and so that's definitely excluding selling Theo Hernandez or any other top player. But here's the thing: when we sold Tonali, we we didn't have to sell Tonali. We weren't in a selling position. Now, I'm not saying we didn't. Who knows if they knew about him and his issues? But let's just discuss the player overall. When we sold that to basically buy 11 players afterwards, we weren't in the need to do that. These guys thought either they thought that the squad needed a whole revamp, or they were just saying that because they wanted to basically pocket some of the profits, because who knows exactly the exact fees here. My suspicions are that they did pocket some of them for different purposes other than reinvesting all of the money, but we can see. Anyways, their goal here is not it's not like a to improve the club, right, in terms of the footballing performance. They think the club, for them, all it needs to do is be good enough to secure top 5. So if they're fine with that, what they're going to end up doing is they have this budget. Now, I'm not saying they're definitely going to sell a top player, but I would predict that they're going to sell. They would likely sell one of their players because they also
Well,
have to fund the
sorry. Let me
stadium. They
just say
have to
this though.
fund.
Let me just say this real fast and then keep on
Yeah,
going. If a team comes and says, "Here's 100 million for Theo Hernandez,"
yeah,
there
he's
is
sold.
zero chance Jared's going to say no to that. No matter,
Right.
even if he doesn't need to sell. All right, keep on going.
Exactly. I agree. I agree. So I would. That's why for me, it's if Bayern comes and gives us that money, I think he's gone. Even though we don't need to sell, exactly like you said. But what I'm saying is the thing is this: Jerry's not going to reinvest all of the money. He's going to take. At the end of the day, we're going to end up getting a striker or two strikers, so one or two midfielders, and a right back, and then replace whoever we sell if we sell anybody. Yes, that's definitely going to happen because we have plenty of money to do that, like someone said in the comments. The thing is, how much are we going to reinvest all of the money that we use in sales and all of this 100 million? because Jerry also needs to build the stadium. He has to pay off his loans. He has to do other things, and if he doesn't need to put all this money in to the club, is he going to do that? I don't think so. I mean, if I see us spend 150, because if we with all the player sales, we're talking like 150 plus million here, and I just don't believe that we would actually spend that on net
Well,
on
but
player
I mean,
transfers.
yeah, of course, some of these, some of the money does go in other places, but it is a good question how much they're going to spend. Honestly, this is my opinion, right? Okay, this is a crazy opinion, all right. But if you sell, if you sell Hernandez, you have 200 plus, and you already have another 100 million. So you have 200 million, right? Let's say we have these kind of numbers: 200 million, 230, 240, 250. If you sell Theo, and you already have that money that Vitello is saying that we have, I would go in from Mbappé and just get him and build the rest of the
Yep.
team with Primavera guys.
Yeah, I agree 1000. I was actually going to say that. I was like, if we actually have this money, why aren't we getting Mbappe? You know what I mean? And
Okay, good. We're on the same wavelength. Yeah, there you go.
yeah, exactly. And also, I was going to discuss Mbappe because I wanted to show you guys this. We can actually transition into this because I'm seeing some comments. Here we go. Let me share this. I'm sure everyone saw this clip on Twitter. Can you see this?
Yeah.
Really, Italy, we never know what's gonna happen. We never know. When I was kids, I was fan of Milan, and I always say, if I come one day to Italy, I'm gonna play to Milan. So we never know. We never know what's gonna happen. But I watch always the Italian league, every game of Milan, because since I'm a young kid, I was with a family who close to mine, who was always with me. They are a big fan of Milan, and that always when I was kid, I was there in the house to watch the game of Milan. So now I keep watching the games, but we never know what can happen. I was in Paris. I'm gonna have a new club now, and I'm really happy with what I have. But you never know what can happen, but they can. The only thing that I can say that I watch the Serie A, and it's a really really good league, and we see that next year they're gonna have many teams in the Champions League. They improve a lot, and I wish
Whoa,
them the
whoa, 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 whoa. Go back, go back. Pause, 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 pause.
Yes.
There's
Oh,
a
I started.
Freudian. There was a Freudian slip right there,
Oh wait, I thought. Okay, let me share.
right at the end.
the only thing that I can say that I watch the Serie A, and it's a really really good league, and we see that next year they're gonna have many teams in the Champions.
Stop, stop. Did you hear that?
What? Like we?
He said we're going to have many good teams, and then after he said we, he said they. We, they. Oh, there's a slip there. Maybe it's coming to Italy.
Psychologist Roy, baby.
Yeah, did you hear that slip, guys? He said it. We're going to have
Here's the
many
thing.
teams in the Champions League.
Okay, guys, here's the reality. He's going to Real Madrid for next year. I don't know how long his contract is, but here's the thing. And I was going to actually show this as well, because there's people close to him, including his parents and his friend here, have literally said that, he really likes the club. Here, I can confirm that this was a friend of Mbappe, and he also a player. I can confirm that Kylian has always had lots of Milan socks and shirts. I think that after Real Madrid, he will go to Milan, and when he does, he won't be too old. If he continues to send signs of love to Milan, it's obvious that one day he will go. But the thing is this. So there's a lot of stuff. He said this multiple times, and yes, people always say that here. I'm going to give my honest opinions. People on social media are always like, "Oh, he says this about all different clubs. He likes Real Madrid, blah 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 blah." But I think there's a legitimate interest in coming to Milan just out of a passion for him. I mean, he obviously has to make a lot of money first. That's why he's going to Real and he's trying to win Champions Leagues and stuff. But for him, obviously, I think it is legitimate. The thing is, realistically speaking, we have to get around the ambitions of the club and the financial issue. Overall, can we afford him? Actually, yes, we can if you look at our numbers. But will this management actually get him? I mean, it totally doesn't fit into their ambitions.
That's a big question, because I mean, at a certain point, if you have an objective or if you have a seal, a limit, okay, this is as much as I'm going to spend. You can either, spend that money with many players and here, but you can have the ability to just spend it on one guy that will not only bring a lot of eyes to the team, but will definitely have an impact on the team, on the league. Like it's a huge signing, right? This is a superstar signing. And then, but the thing is, like, this is where I am upset with Milan. It's like there's so many great players coming out of the youth. Just use these guys. Let them grow. Let them develop. You already have a core. Get these Italian players that are coming up from the Primavera, or players from the Serie A that don't cost much, and build with these guys. You don't need to have anybody else. I would do that.
I agree. Like, imagine us getting like a good manager, and using all of our budget on Mbappé, and then keeping the team that we have. Okay, yeah, maybe we need to get like a defensive midfielder as well, but we can promote Zerkze or promote some other like players. Like
these guys are going to kick ass. We're going to kick ass.
Yeah, we're gonna imagine a front three of Leao, Mbappé, and Camarda in the future.
Yeah, that's right. Dream big. This is Milan, guys. This is Milan. That's what it's supposed to be. That is what it's supposed to be.
Yeah. The thing is this, like, this is all about ambition here. If Maldini, like, do you think that Maldini, if he was here and he heard this interview, like, he wouldn't like bring it up to the club and be like, "Hey guys, like, there's Mbappé is like legitimately interested in Milan."
Well, I'm glad you bring that up, dude, because this really pains me. It really hurts. This part, my heart is bleeding for real when I say this. All that work that Maldini did, like, now finally you can actually use it, and you can actually really have big transfer markets funds. But he didn't get the ability or the chance to use the fruits of his labor, which really pisses me off. So now I can only imagine with this kind of budget, with these kind of ideas, what Maldini would do. You saw the guy. He said he tried to get Messi. He wasn't fucking around. He was trying to get Messi. So maybe because us Milanisti, the guys that know what Milan is all about, yeah, we are thinking of players like Mbappe. We're thinking of players like that. That's Maldini. So maybe Maldini would do something like that. Yeah, he would try and make that happen.
It just pains me, you know, like I don't want to be selfish or anything, but I feel like a club of our stature deserves, like, we should be able to get, like, I'm not asking for you know, like, I guess, I mean, yeah, and it's asking for a lot. You're asking for the best player in the world. But in this situation, if the best player in the world has this, like, you know, attachment, or is actually interested in potentially joining the club, I think if you gave him a competitive financial offer, okay, yeah, maybe he'll choose Real Madrid because they want to win the Champions League and they're a bit more ambitious than us. But you could maybe even entice him and compete with Real Madrid to get his signature if you can actually pay the man. So I just feel like the fact that we are nowhere near ever even competing to get Mbappe, even though he has this interest, is just really, really depressing because, man, like, I could just imagine him at the club. It would just be amazing to watch him.
It'd be great. Like, you'd have a lot of players, a lot of the young players would develop into really good players, right?
Yeah.
With Mbappe there, training with Mbappe.
And also, like you were saying, the reason why Real Madrid, Juventus, Barca, I mean, mainly I'll say Juventus as the main example, because Juventus has, like, by far the most social media followers in all of Italy for clubs, is because of CR7 primarily. Then also, yes, they were bigger for the past 10 years. But the individual stars attract so much media attention, and they're just so successful financially for the club. Of course, you have to pay them, but overall, like, I think you could grow the brand so much more if you have
absolutely, dude.
Like, this
There's
guy,
no question about that, man.
Have you seen the recent memes of Mbappe at, like, some party, and he was, like, looking at this girl, like, he kind of, like, thought she was attractive, and that girl gained, like, 100,000 followers, and, like, the next day people found her Instagram.
Amazing. That's crazy.
Yeah, so, like, his effect is crazy. Like,
listen, dude, I'm telling you, man, like, if you want to build a brand, this is who you go. You make these big investments, and the return is going to be there. The thing is that you got to be very smart with the team. You still have to build a competitive team that convinces Mbappe that it is a competitive team. So you have to use your money very wisely, and you really have to bring up these young Italian players, bro. Like these young Italian players are good, man. Why are they not trusting these guys? Bring them up, let them fight for Milan and for Italy. And these guys are the ones that are going to fight their ass off so Mbappé can score 1,000,000 goals. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, that's what they should do. So, and I think you do those things like we've always done, actually, then you can really compete to be the best, you know, because a lot of money is going to come in.
Yeah, for sure. It's crazy to me, like the fact that he discussed the Serie A overall as well is interesting because, like, do you think he was sincere about like watching the games? Like
Yeah,
he said,
yeah.
that's actually very, very cool.
This guy's got nothing else to do, man.
I know he's, I know he's friends. I know he's friends with Ibrahimovic, and the French national team players. So I can definitely see that being true to an extent. Yeah, I was just like, oh man, why can't this just happen?
But
It's too good
listen,
to be true.
I do really believe, because I've been thinking about it for a while, and I think a lot of us have thought about this. It is very possible that after he does his stint with Real Madrid, he would come to Milan. I think that is actually quite realistic to believe that. Whether it's going to happen or not, I don't know. But I think that the road, the path towards that end is there.
Yeah, definitely. By the way, Fadinho asked a question saying, "Did you read what Spalletti said about how thankful he is about Inter's Italian core?"
Yeah, I'd be thankful too. Like Jesus. You have to go. You have to bring Italy to the Euros. You have a whole nation of coaches, 60 million coaches. Thank God there's one team in Italy, Inter, that fucking believed in these players. So now Spalletti can use them. Yeah, he's fucking very grateful, I'm sure.
I'm excited about the Euros. I think we should do some coverage of the Euros if you're
Oh yeah,
down.
yeah, for sure.
It's actually interesting because I think a lot of us in the chat actually support Italy, but there's a lot of people who don't. So I'm curious to like see if like people your top nationalities. Also, Copa America is going on as well. So if you
Yeah,
guys
Copa
want to
America,
shout that out, that'd be
Copa
cool.
America's good too.
Yeah, there's gonna be so much football this
Yeah,
summer.
it's going to be a lot of football, and the U17s are happening right now. Then there's going to be some. There's going to be a U21 tournament coming up right now next week. That's going to be really fun to watch. You're going to have Copa America. You have the year. For me, this is my favorite football. Is national team football. That's my favorite football. So
even
yeah,
with a good Milan or like
yeah, always. I mean, the Euro, the World Cup, those are the two best freaking tournaments there is. Now, when Milan is strong in the Champions League, I like the Champions League a lot too. Yeah.
I used to be I used to be more actually into club football, which is I know most people say international is like more fun and that it's more interesting. And I just because I felt like it was easier to follow the club, like I was invested more in Milan. Whereas, and before the Euros, the 2020 Euros, I actually hadn't seen Italy winning like I didn't in my memory. So, but then I saw that tournament. I was like following them, and they kept just making it through to the next round. And the way that tournament ended was so amazing that I kind of understood that it's like okay, the anticipation builds up because it's every 2 years, and you sort of like you can always hope that you can have an amazing tournament. So I'm starting to see that as well. And also, it doesn't help that Milan has been so hard to follow in the last year. So yeah. I'm excited.
National team football, for real, Joe, it hits hard. I think what I really like about it is the structure that you have to earn that spot. You have to, work super hard, be super consistent. You have to show up, and so it is really like, from a national perspective, the elite of every country that gonna play against each other, and I think that's a really cool tournament. Okay, so what else is there?
I was gonna discuss I guess a few different links. Wait. No, I'm just asking if all of you guys support Italy. I don't think all of you guys are Italian in the chat.
Yeah, but I mean, even if it's for Spain or Germany.
Oh
it
yeah,
doesn't
no. I'm
matter.
just
It's
saying. I'm
just
just
like,
saying. Like, I'm curious to see what countries you guys support.
you
Um, let me find out. Let me get a few other interesting pieces of news. Um, I did see some of these today. Yeah, I mean, right now, honestly, all of the
okay.
links.
Yeah, go ahead. I do have something I want to talk about. Go ahead.
Okay, right now there were links today saying that Milan is interested in Gravenberch from Liverpool, who's has a lot of potential, and they spoke with his agent. But the thing is this: first of all, who knows how if he'll ever be able to fulfill the potential that he had. Second of all of this stuff, like these links, are not very strong. Um, I was looking at Romano and the other top journalists, and as of now, while we do know the positions of interest, I wouldn't get attached to any of the links. I think you'll just sort of start seeing um, random links starting to come up in the next few weeks, and then we know that this Milan like shops around a lot,
Yeah.
and they sort of like take their time and they make the best Moneyball data decisions. So I wouldn't be too focused on these pieces of news. I think for the right back, there are realistic links about Emerson Royale and Thiago Santos, but those are just interests. And we did speak with Emerson Royale's agent already. But at the same time, we have not made a final decision on that yet. So I wouldn't, get too focused on that.
So what I've come across today, which I think was interesting, is that Sesko's agent uh, spoke to the guys at Casa Milan, and he also spoke to De Laurentiis. So it looks like in Italy, either Milan or Napoli are going to go in for Sesko, or we're going to try. But then the other one, which is one of the links that has been more prominent, which I think is very interesting, is Zirkzee. And I'm very curious to see what happens with Zirkzee. Zirkzee, who, by the way, I don't think was called up for the national team, which is quite interesting because I mean, I don't know. Maybe is the coach blind? How could you not bring him to the national team? But anyway, so here we have Longo, and he says Milan works on the Zirkzee shot with more conviction in the last few days. Today, the RossonARI club is slightly ahead in the race for the Dutchman. The real game, however, is played with Kia Jorbachian, who keeps all the paths open. For Joshua, the RossonARI solution would be very welcome. Listen, I think that this is the player that we should get, in my opinion. Now, these are opinions. People can say whatever they want. But I think if you get this player in attack, you're going to be able to have a certain organization offensively that is going to really help the team play a much more controllable game, because he's very good at going between the lines and connecting the midfields to the attackers, which is pretty much what Fonseca needs. And if Milan can land this signing here, I think that would be a good signing for the attack, at least. So this is the signing that I would like to see happen, I would say.
I would like Zirkzee, but I think also I would probably try to get two strikers if we can. I don't know. It's not the most necessary thing, but I think if you can get Zirkzee and like you get us C for 17.5, if that is, I mean, these release clauses are always tricky because it's like
Who?
how realistic are they? Oh, I said Girassi.
Oh, Gears. Yeah, okay.
How realistic are these release clauses? Because you see them on the news and then it's like, okay, I thought Zirkzee had a 40 million release clause, and then they always like complicate things. So I don't know how realistic Girassi's release clause is, but I mean, if you can get him for cheap and pair him with Zirkzee, I think having another option is always good. For like
Yeah.
that brings a bit of like versatility. I don't know if I guess Jovic is also still there, so there's
Right. I
discussions
do
about that.
see Guirassi and Jovic being a good partnership, actually, by the way Jovic plays and Zirkzee and Jovic. I think there's a lot of technique there. So, if they don't get another striker, maybe that can work. Getting another striker would be great. I mean, that would be a statement if they get two strikers. If they get two players of level, that would be a statement. That's a statement signing. So I think in order for it to be a statement signing, it has to be probably either Sesko or some other guys that I probably don't know. But if it's a statement signing, if you're going to get another Jovic, might as well keep Jovic.
Yeah. Also, another thing to discuss is that Milan is currently in Australia on their little tour. And they're playing Roma actually in 2 days, I think. So Friday, I believe. I was wondering, like, I think Giroud is with them, and Giroud also obviously going to be leaving the club. And Milan posted a nice video about Giroud today on their YouTube channel. But do you know if Giroud is with them on this trip? Or I guess I can find a list of players who went on.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. That wouldn't make any sense.
Let me see. I think VTLO posted the list. But yeah, it's just one game in Australia, so it's.
That would be strange for him to do that. That would be such a liability. What if he
Okay,
gets
here I found it. No, he is there actually.
Oh wow,
This is the.
that's crazy.
Yeah, these are the Nava Sportiello Torriani. I don't know who is this, Roy. You know Torriani? Torriani.
No.
Never heard of this person. Bartesaghi, Calabria, Florenzi, Gabbia, Hernandez, Kalulu, Jimenez, Simic, Terracciano, Ciao, Tomori, Adli, Loftus-Cheek, Musa, Pobega, Reinders, Zeroli, Giroud, Jovic, Okafor, and Bonera is going to be coaching. I wonder where they're going to show this game. Actually, I can do some research.
Well, listen, this game that they're doing is honestly a waste of time. But I'm happy for our Australian friends that they have the opportunity to see Milan and Roma for the fans. But I mean, as far as like this game, the only value I see in this game from a technical perspective is maybe we get to see the youngsters play, because I mean, if Giroud plays, that'd be so strange. But anyway, I think we're going to see the youngsters play, but they're not really playing for much. It's just an exhibition match, abroad before the national tournaments. So it's
yeah.
I don't know really what to think.
I don't even know where they're gonna show it, to be honest, because I don't even know if they're gonna televise this in the US.
Where there's a will, there's a way.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't really care, to be honest, because again, what is the point? Our manager is gone. A lot of these players have to go to the Euros anyways, so.
Yeah, I guess it'd be just a good opportunity to see the youngsters, and it's just and it's good for Australia because there's a lot of Italians in Australia, so they get to see Milan and Roma.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, but can we also discuss, like, I know on the last live where you talked about that news that Di Marzio said about Fonseca and like the tax thing. But like, what does that? Do you have an understanding about that? Because I'm kind of like, does that?
Well,
mean that
it's just financial cycles, right? The fiscal years, and so that fiscal year has to finish in July, and that's when the new contracts needs to be signed with the new tax code. I assume there's a new tax code, and that's why we're going to wait until July.
So does that mean that he's not going to be hired before then, is what you're saying?
No, they're not going to hire him. I mean, maybe they're going to.
I'm sure he's going to be. I'm sure
if they have agreed, and it's a done deal, and they shook hands on it, I think they're calling each other saying, "Hey, what's up? How you doing? All good."
Right.
The
thing is this, like he won't be able to obviously sign his contract and to be like official.
Right. In order for it to,
yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
No. I don't know if he can already come to the club and start working. I mean, I don't know the rules on that, but yeah, he won't have an official contract until July.
Yeah, but like theoretically, I'm just trying to think. Like, does that? I mean, we're probably not going to see him. I don't think it's
I don't think it's going to be much of a problem though. Yeah, because so right now the players are going to the national teams, and a lot of players are going to go on holiday. Then July is going. You're still going to have a little bit of. So July, that's really when things start. This month is going to be. There's not going to be much club football, so you don't really need him there. Really. So I think that kind of works out for him too.
Yeah, I'm sure he's gonna be like doing preparations before that.
Yeah,
But I'm just trying to think like basically I wonder if the club will make the formal announcement because I'm kind of tired of like, I just want to
yeah. It's the way the club operates regarding communications is very strange.
awful.
I still can't, figure it out. It's just very strange. It's so like the detachment is so crazy.
Yeah, and it's like even with Elliot, to be fair, I feel like we've always been linked to players, but then it takes forever for us to actually like make a decision and for us to get things done. And like news comes out and then there's always like, oh my god, it's about to be done, and then like things get delayed and then they never happen. So like I just don't know.
Mm, yeah. That's another thing that the one of the things that I thought about once the news came out that he won't be signing until July because of the new fiscal year is, well, maybe something can come up and then Fonseca is not going to be the coach and it's going to be someone else. So that's something also to
Yeah, what if something crazy happens and
yeah. Sorry, here, question from Edison. Roy, did you see Marco Messina being laughed at for saying Napoli is title contenders already at CBS show?
today?
Yeah, I saw that. Well, let me ask you, Antonio, first. Do you think Conte can turn Napoli around and turn it into a title contending team?
I think that they can definitely be like they can surpass us next year. Like, and I think they can beat us because they have someone who's clearly a winner in the domestic leagues, whereas we don't. But in terms of like competing with Inter and Juventus, even and maybe even Atalanta, I just Napoli's team has some older players. They have some players that won the Scudetto, obviously a lot of them. But okay, Osimhen is going to leave most likely. It depends because they're saying, oh, Lukaku, but that still has to get done. With Chelsea, I think there has to be that agreement. And then who knows who else they phase in? Zielinski's leaving. So it depends on how they reinforce the team. I don't think they can. I don't think they're going to be competing for the title, though. I think it's asking like way too much for Conte, in his first year. But definitely Champions League.
Okay, so my opinion on this is I know that Conte can build a team that can fight for the league right away. He has that ability to do it. He knows Italy very well, and in Italy, he's always had success from Serie C, Serie B to Serie A, just dominated. So does he have the abilities? 100%. One thing to see is obviously going to be the market. They're saying they want to sell Osimhen and Vice Verasquilla. That's going to give him a lot of money to work. He's going to have a lot. He's going to have a lot of money to work with. And if he can build a team that he wants for the kind of football that he wants to play with that money, if Conte can be okay with De Laurentiis and not have a crazy relationship, I think Conte can be, yes, a challenger in his first year. But most likely, no. I think based on what we've seen this year, I think Inter is the heavy favorites still to be the winner next year. Right, in this current moment.
What confuses me actually about De Laurentiis is he's a guy who obviously he values a top manager because if you look at Napoli, like they've had Spalletti, now Conte, Ancelotti, and a lot of like good managers, way better managers than we've had in the past few years. But then I just don't understand how he made the decision to go from Spalletti to Rudy Garcia like this past season. Like because I feel like if he didn't do that, they would be in a much better position. I just feel like he should have known not to do that. He should have tried to get someone a bit more, a bit better. I mean, not that there are too many people available, but yeah, I think that now that they have a good manager, they're going to be obviously in good shape.
And listen, I think Colin Conte, a good manager, is almost doesn't even give him credit. A great manager, like he's a great manager because what he does with the teams is great. Now we'll have to see if he can reproduce it with Napoli because I do think it is easier to do it with Inter or Juve or even Milan. With Napoli, it's maybe a little bit more difficult. And to answer the De Laurentiis question, I think that is a symptom of Italy. That when you win, then you kind of rest your laurels and your stomach is full, and then you think you've got it all figured out. So you go on a mental holiday, but that ends up fucking you up the next season.
Yeah.
There are some clubs that don't have that mentality, but there are some clubs that do have that mentality. Napoli is one of them. De Laurentiis is
Yeah.
great.
No, I was like really confused by that. But I honestly, I already have my top 4 predictions locked in for next year.
Oh yeah, early predictions. What are they?
I'll say top 5.
All right, go ahead.
And they're subject to change based on the market. But as of now,
Yeah.
I'm just making speculations.
Okay.
And I'm gonna
But,
say,
hey, remember this because before you do this, I've made early predictions, middle predictions, 3/4 in predictions, all the way up until the final prediction. The only predictions that people want to remember were the early predictions when, you know. So watch out. You
okay,
know,
I will.
know that people are going to be after you.
I'm going to predict so I'm gonna update these, but as of now, I'm saying I think Inter is now. This is a little bit risky as to who's gonna win, but I think Inter is still gonna be strong for
Okay.
one more year at least. So I'm saying
Inter
Inter is
won.
gonna. I think they're the most likely people to win again.
Okay.
I think Juventus is clearly the second best team. I think Atalanta's the third, and I think Napoli is the fourth. And I think Milan could probably finish 5th.
Wow. This is incredible.
I think it's just common sense. Like, is it that hard? Like to disagree with that right now?
I was murdered last year for saying things like what you just said right now.
But also, Roy, think about this.
I was murked for shit.
Roy,
for
but it's
that.
it's top 5 now, dude. So like, Jerry's gonna do the bare minimum, you know.
Dude,
And then
if I would have said what you just said a year ago, oh my lord, the hate I'd be getting on the chat and the hate. Oh.
But that's just the common sense, I feel like.
Yeah. Okay. So you say Inter, Juve, Atalanta, Napoli, Milan. Okay.
Yeah, and Napoli's out of Europe, so you know.
All right. Okay.
What? Give me yours.
Listen, I mean, right now, honestly, I think it's kind of pointless to do them right now, but I'll just do it for the fun of it. Right now, based on the teams and the things we're hearing, Inter is still the favorite. I think Juventus does go to number 2. I think Milan probably stays at 3 or 4. It's either Atalanta or Milan are going to be there. And the 5th spot, I can't tell with Napoli. I really can't tell.
Napoli is just kind of a wild call, but as much as I don't want Conte as a manager because I don't like his football, I think that without Europe and if he has all this money with these player sales to build what he wants, I think he should be able to get Champions League, you know. But yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, I think it's too early for this. It's too early for this.
There's Roma and Lazio. I'm gonna be honest with. I don't think Bologna is gonna be able to repeat Champions League.
All right,
but Roma and Lazio are interesting. I just don't really know how good their managers are, and their overall squad depth is not that good in my opinion. So it depends on what they can do, but I don't know how much money they're gonna realistically be investing.
Yeah, at this point, it's so early that it is what it is, so I don't know, honestly. Things can happen that can change things, from one day to the other. Okay, question here from Riccardo Milano. Come stiamo, Riccardo? How good is the new coach from 1 to 10? Whoa. Relax, Donald Duck. What the hell, man? Have some respect for our new coach.
Guys, I'm gonna say this: if
Well,
Fonseca
you
turns
guys
out
in
to be
chat, I
Pep,
want to know in chat. I want everybody to participate so we can. What is it for you guys in chat? 1 to 10. Where do you see Fonseca? And then I'll tell you what I think. And Antonio, you go ahead. Tell me what you think.
if he's the new Pep Guardiola and we're all wrong, then I'll be the first one to apologize and get on my knees. But uh, everyone here is kind of saying the same thing about him from what we discussed. For me, out of 10, listen, is he on a scale of managers overall? He's probably like a 7 or a 6, but for Milan, he's like a 4. So that's like what I would
Okay,
expect.
be honest about it, dude. You don't need to beat around the bush. Is
No,
it
I'm not.
4?
For Milan, yeah, it's a 4.
Yeah, no. I mean, listen, I don't blame you for saying that. I really don't. I think it is there between 5 and 4. I also agree. But of course, things can happen. He comes in and all of a sudden the team plays incredible football. But the only thing that we know for sure, because again, there are some things that you can leave to opinion, speculation, prediction, guessing. Okay. And these things can either you're good at analyzing them and then you get them, or whatever. But there's some things that you can't have opinions on because they're just laws of nature. It comes down to how many goals do you concede. The big question is, I don't see Fonseca in Italy being able to be a team with the way he plays, to be a team that concedes, 20, 25 goals a season, 30 goals maximum a season. Now, in Ligue 1, he conceded 34 goals, okay?
Yeah.
Ligue 1 has a few less games. Milan conceded.
He conceded that many? I thought it was.
Well,
wow.
it's not that many, really. It's a decent number. You can win the league with conceding 34 goals. But I'm looking at the whole league in general, and the numbers are different from Italy. The numbers in Italy are much higher for goals scored and also goals conceded. So there's just a very big difference, a discrepancy there. I don't know how that translates because of that discrepancy. But at the end of the day, knowing that the coaches that he is going to be playing against and the teams that he's going to be playing against, I don't see him being able to keep that defense shut. Unless there's some great players that come in and then that can change my mind. But him as a coach, his tactics, his philosophy, I see us always conceding goals. Every game, you might win a game 3, you might score 3 goals, but you're going to concede 2. He's going to win a lot of games like that. This is my prediction right now, but it might change depending on the players that come
in. Yeah.
And sorry, let me just finish. You win 3-2 against Lecce. You win 3-1 or 4-2 against Cagliari or whatever. But against Inter, you're probably going to lose that game. Against Atalanta, you're probably going to lose that game. Against Juventus, you're probably going to lose that game. And that's going to be the problem. But again, this is just a beginning. We don't know yet. We will find out.
I'd ask you though, like, what are your? Because I know you're trying to be a bit reasonable. Like, you're not just going into complete pessimism. But I guess, like, what do you think? Like, can you see any possibility of this going well for us? Like, because I'm not really seeing it.
The next thing would have to be the players. Which players come in?
That's true.
Yeah. So
is this Clint?
Yo, can y'all hear me?
What's up, man?
What up?
Roy, why you not in panic mode? I need you to press that panic button. It start going berserk on management.
No, I'm not in panic mode.
Calm right now.
Why should I be in panic mode?
You way too calm right now. I don't like it, bro.
No, listen. What happened last summer for me was such a disgrace. It was such a stain on the history of our club, on the legacy of Maldini. That summer, I was pissed off. I wasn't in panic mode last summer. I was pissed off, and also I knew that these guys don't know what they're doing. So right now, I'm just going along with it. I'm seeing what they're going to do, but what I'm seeing right now is more or less the same.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna be honest, bro. Like this Fonseca, like it's disappointment is so bizarre because this is the first time, and correct me if I'm wrong, in my entire life, me watching football, this is the first time there's been this much available coaches. I don't remember a period where, you know, even in the past, if it's Del Bosque or, Van Gaal, like all these guys, like this is the first time like you go into a summer mercato and there's like a lot of coaches to pick from. Like you usually don't even get that at all. And you're getting them for free. And this is what we go with. And I just sit there and I'm like, okay, so you're getting Fonseca, but you try to go for Lopetegui, you stop because of the fan, or maybe Fonseca was your guy the entire time, and you're just playing in our face.
That's what I said too. It's like, what the heck?
Right?
Why are they doing this? They know Lopetegui, but then this guy, like they're fine with getting.
Because if the excuse was because of the fans, you know, the way the fans reacted to Lopetegui, what made you think for a second that Fonseca was okay the second way around? Or why? The outrage wasn't bigger? I'm confused, right? So it makes me believe that that's who they were looking at the whole time. They probably just they probably decided to throw the name out there. You see what I'm saying? Just to distract us. I mean, I don't put anything past Americans in terms of marketing schemes and tactics and how they come out about things and how they talk and they go back. Even with the whole Maldini situation, the games they were playing, and you can see that with the coaches. I feel like Fonseca was the guy because somebody really needs to come out and explain why he was picked. I really want to understand that. Like, that's one thing that me personally, I really want to understand it. Why he was picked among the other coaches. Because usually when a coach is picked, you know, usually there's going to be an explanation from management. This is why we're going through. I mean, I understand we don't have a director to be the spokesperson or who to take the blame, but their little team or their little minions, they need to come out and really express themselves and be like, yo, we picked them because of such and such. And I'm not saying this because they're going to convince us with that, but I'm just curious to understand. I'm really curious to understand this.
It says a lot that, you know, nobody wants to put their face, right? It says a lot, but nobody wants to be the spokesperson, but nobody wants to be the one that talks to, you know, the people. It shows a lack of personality for sure.
Yeah, exactly. And I thought Ibrahimovic, like the thing is this, Ibrahimovic doesn't talk at all, like about, like he's always himself. He's just there as like we discussed that he doesn't really do much. Moncada is Mr. like, he's Mr. Invisible or whatever. Like he doesn't go to the camera, doesn't say anything. He's always hiding. The only person who talks, I mean, Jerry goes on podcasts and talks about Milan like it's just an investment, like it's in his portfolio, and that he never has even mentioned a Milan player's name in any of those interviews. It's all just about the finance. Wait, one last thing. The only person that sometimes speaks is Furlani, but that's just like, he goes in front of the media outside, like at Milanello or whatever, and says a few things, but he doesn't actually like comment on things as they develop, you know. So I'm just wondering, what the hell? I mean, Jerry says that he cares about the fans and that the fans are a partner of the club, but then he doesn't actually involve us in any of the, like, you know, updates or process about.
Listen. They're not okay. I was on Milan Lab earlier and I broke this down to them.
Wait, they're still alive?
Yeah, no, they did. It was a mini live they did today. So I broke this down to them. Here's what I said. It's the same model. I made them understand that, you know, like, remember we spoke about the whole JP Morgan stuff, like, you know, how JP Morgan has on their main website how to finance a club. I'm like, let's just look at Man United. So they go look at the richest clubs. The richest clubs right now, Man United is still up top as one of the richest clubs. It's like that, how they're part of the richest club when they haven't won a title in 10 years. You understand? Haven't won a title. Yeah, you can say FA Cup and any of that. They haven't won a title in 10 years. But understand this, is that the deal, these guys, I didn't even know they had a brand deal with Chevrolet, like a $700 million deal for Chevrolet to be put up front, you know, Chevrolet. So the commercial piece of it, that's all these guys are interested in. That's why I'm trying to come out with the conclusion. That's what allowed Man United to be relevant. Like the Glazers came in they really like lived off the clout of the sacrifices of Sir Alex Ferguson and everybody, the work these people put in, and they haven't really done much because they commercialize. I mean, I think Manchester United is the only club right now that's on Wall Street that actually can have shares in that club. So it went public, like as IPO. Real facts. You look it up.
It seems like Jerry is doing a similar thing where
and that's what they're all doing.
Yeah, it's like he says he talks a lot and he tries to make himself seem like he's a winner and all this, but then his real purpose is just to simply
here's what they said.
Make some money and leave.
Here's what I said. Here's the thing. In hindsight, the ideal football is a business, because I was talking about how the sport is getting corporatized and all of that. You know, as a corporation, football is really small. As a revenue scheme, football is small compared to Apple, compared to Facebook. It's so undervalued that you can't even compare football as a business to anything. It's probably like a mini mom and pop shop. If you want to put it, like, it cannot be a Fortune 500 company, essentially. Football can't. And not a football club can by on its own, no. You can sell it maybe for a couple of billions, but in terms of revenue, it's not bringing you like what Tesla will bring you and all of that. That's one. That's one piece we need to get it out the way. These guys, they said, like, to get your ideal football club where the fans and then the owners can be happy, meaning the owner's also getting his business, like meeting his business goals, and then you're somewhat keeping the fans alive. It's a Tottenham model. So Tottenham will be your ideal team, meaning you see like a team like Tottenham, right? They don't have a lot of history, but they have hope every year that they can challenge for something. And essentially, that's what I felt like these guys are trying to sell us. And that's what they're going to sell us. It's that hope factor. That's going to be the leverage, right? That's the currency is going to be hope. Make it seem like, oh, well, we're putting 100 million in. That's what they're telling us this summer, right? 100 million, we're going to do this. All the yapping, we calm down. That's what they did. They fired Maldini. We were mad. Tonali gone. Oh, but we're bringing these guys in. You got the hope until season goes bad again. Let's put the hope. That's a typical fucking partner or CEO at a company. That's what they do. Oh, morale's not good. Okay, incentive, we're going to do this. People shut the fuck up. We're back to square one. And I know it's Milan. They can learn the hard way. But essentially, I'm seeing patterns here. That's what I'm trying to get at with all of this.
Yeah, I just don't know. I feel like we all know that that's their main goal, and it's unfortunate because the club is in such a good financial position relative to what it used to be, where we could have used this money, we could have taken off, and we could have been more ambitious. And you know, it's just like now we're resetting this whole thing, and it doesn't make any sense to me, honestly. Also, I wanted to ask you, Clint, because I know I think me and you were talking a while ago about Zerkze. I think you like Zerkze as well, if I remember correctly.
Yeah,
big, I like him as well. I mean, not everyone here is. He is risky because he has lost some big games, but I think overall, I like that his Milan past and everything. I like his football, and I feel like it makes no sense to me why we aren't even considering these guys. You know, like why?
But because you know somebody like a Zerkze. Here's what my whole I was advocating for him. One, is like I've seen what he's done with Brighton. You know, losing. People don't put it into perspective, like with Brighton, bro. He lost all his key players. He lost McAllister. He lost fucking Caicedo. He lost Trossard. You understand? Those are topics. They didn't get replaced. Brighton is the one that spent the least. They're like, oh, he concedes a lot of goals. Well, Man United and Tottenham, they all conceded the same amount of goals as him, and he spent more in the market.
To be fair, against Roma, when they got beat down, that was all like the defender's individual mistakes.
Yeah, and he has a thin squad, but he was dealing with injuries. Right, but I mean, tactics aside, I only got him because if you wanted any sign of like a Milan in this corporate America, like sign of any Italian mentality being around, that would have been him. He comes from the school of thought of Milan. You know he's gonna understand what it feels to be there. And I also felt like him as a coach, his next step should have been it's a Milan. It's a perfect project for him as a coach. If you're even looking at a coach perspective, it's a perfect project. So it's almost like a marriage made in heaven. It's either it works or it doesn't work. But I read the gamble with that. That's what I was trying to get at, and that's why I was advocating for him. Not for fucking Fonseca. Bro, watch this stat, bro. Only 2 coaches in the past 24 years only 2 foreign coaches have won Serie A in the past 24 years. You understand me?
Wait, really? Only two,
Sven-
four? Oh,
yes, Eriksson. Listen to me. Eriksson and Jose Mourinho. Sven-Goran Eriksson with Lazio, and then Mourinho with Inter. That's it.
Wait,
no-
I actually never thought about that.
Yeah,
Wow,
so
that's
I'm
crazy.
telling you, bro. Like you're just not gonna come and win, bro.
In total, 7 foreign coaches have won.
Right.
In the history of the Serie A?
Yep.
Oh my god, I didn't know. Wow, that's actually insane.
Yeah, that stat there doesn't give you much confidence if it's a coach that doesn't have a big pedigree. Because like, if it's Klopp, you can overlook that, right? It's something that
Right.
you can overlook. But Fonseca just doesn't give you that vibe. It doesn't give you
And
that
then,
vibe.
and then the thing with Fonseca again, he was in Italy, so we got to see what he did. That's the thing that even pisses off more. I mean, serious, bro.
The
He
only
wasn't in
thing-
Italy.
The only thing, so I was actually doing a bit more research about Fonseca with Roma, and the only thing that was a little optimistic was that apparently in his first year, the football that Roma was playing was seen as, like, people did say that it did look pretty good. Now they still finished in 5th place. And then the second year he was ultimately let go. So I'm not saying he was good, but I mean, there were some things that I guess can be seen as optimistic, but of course nowhere near enough for being our ambition.
Bro, in France, you let Brest out of all teams, you let Brest finish second and go to Champions League, bro. In France, while you had Lille. You understand me? Like Brest out of all teams, come on, bro. Like you let over there where it's like the pressure is eased off. Yes, you might not win the league, but it's, for me, I don't care. Bro, he's gonna have to like prove me completely wrong by winning the fucking league. Like it's not gonna be one of those things. It's not gonna be one.
Listen, let's
yeah.
be honest here. And then read this here. I also want to get with it. Let's just be 100% honest here. Like, do you really see Fonseca out tacting Gasperini, Motta, Inzaghi, Sarri, these guys? No way, bro.
Wait,
but maybe
Roy,
he can. Maybe he can. Yeah. Maybe we
wait,
don't know.
Roy,
Maybe
can
he's not.
can you tell my dad that statistic, or Clint, or whoever it was, about the coaches? Because I don't know if you
No, we said in the last 24 years, since the 21st century, only 2 foreign coaches has won Serie A. Now Roy said in the history of Serie A, there's only 7 foreign coaches that won it. So it tells you it's not a walk in the park for any foreign coach.
I didn't even know that, but I was 100% sure about that.
Yeah, that's when, like, in the 21st.
Italian coaches are the best in the world. I'm sorry, wherever they go, they win. Even Di Matteo won a freaking Champions League.
Ranieri out of all people. Ranieri
Leicester
won
City.
fucking.
Capello's winning Real Madrid.
Roy, I wonder what the stat is for English coaches that have won the EPL. I bet you it's like
No,
0.
they're not.
They've never won it. They've never won the EPL.
So it's been over, like, I think it's like over like 30 or 40 years. Like, it's been a long time, bro. Like, that an English coach has won anything. I think they're not even a lot. I'm being serious.
What's the English coach you guys remember as a name?
No, Sir Alex was a Scottish, so
He's Scottish, bro. So
Who's that? Ferguson, he wasn't even a coach.
Shit on English
he's
coaches.
Scottish.
But I don't want to shit on English coaches.
Ferguson.
you should
He's
shit on them.
Scottish. He's
They're
from
no tactics.
Scotland.
They're
You're
not
talking
good.
about Ferguson.
Yeah, he's from Scotland.
He wasn't a coach. He was not even a coach. He was a selecting players. He wasn't even a real coach.
He was
coach.
he was a manager. He played like he was a coach and he was Maldini. He was doing both things.
But it's
but the thing is this, that's a very worrying statistic. So, and the guy that is coming in is not someone that is known for achieving,
honestly, so we want Paulo Fonseca. So we have to sit here and listen to Jerry say that we're going to compete for titles.
Hey, can I say something positive about this?
All right.
We beat all the records. We beat all the records. Maybe we beat this one too.
Yeah, but anyway, so we have to trust Paulo Fonseca to be one of the only foreign managers to compete to actually be able to win a title in Serie A. A man who's never won a league title outside of Ukraine.
Bro,
Oh, he don't make anybody.
It depends. A lot of
We
things
can
are going
kick
to
him out
depend on
anytime
players.
we want.
You know, it's
I'm
just
actually
difficult
the situation that I'm actually intrigued by is how I'm wondering how Napoli. I know Conte is going over there, but boy, if Osimhen really leaves, I'm wondering how they're gonna develop that team. I'm really intrigued about what's gonna transpire over there
Napoli
from
has a
what
chance
because
because
they're losing
they're
key players. Zelensky's
gonna play
leaving.
on.
I know
Well,
Osimhen is definitely leaving.
Well,
I think
listen,
Chelsea's gonna go in for.
from what I've heard,
Mhm.
Napoli okay. This is what we're saying now. You know, it could be completely different, but the idea is to sell Viceveraschilia and Osimhen, and that's going to bring them more than 200 million. And then
Facts.
Conte is going to build his team the way he wants it. They're going to play the way he wants, and with that money, he's going to get the players, and yeah, he's going to do his thing.
That's smart, but I wonder who buys Varaskelia. Where does he go? Like in terms of
Right
big
now,
team.
the team that was being linked to him right now was PSG.
Oh, I
Yeah,
can see that.
that's season ending though. I wouldn't. Why would you go over there? He can't really go to Madrid. Like there's no space right now for him over there. Fuck yeah, bro. He's gonna have to think that one through.
I mean, I think if you tell him that either stay at Napoli or go to PSG, he'd probably go to PSG. I mean, he won the Scudetto at Napoli.
I mean, it depends. It really depends on the money, I mean, or whatever they offer him. You know, I think it comes down to that. PSG is a really rich club, so if they're gonna offer him a lot of money, and they're gonna tell him you're gonna be fight for the trophy every year, you're going to fight for the Champions League.
how much you think they're gonna offer Kvaratskhelia? I don't think it's worth
them
much.
100 plus, both of them.
Yeah, 100
100
plus.
plus? You fucking kidding me, man? Please.
No, they are 100
Yeah.
plus.
Yeah.
Kvaratskhelia 100 plus. He didn't do
They're
shit.
gonna sell him.
This year, please.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, Guido. They're gonna put 100 plus for add-ons and all that stuff. They're not gonna sell him for nothing.
You guys not following. Paris Saint-Germain is not doing the shit it was doing before. They changed completely the management. They got lots of they spend money, but now they got no money for young
Well,
players.
hold on, but Dad,
They want to invest in young players.
They also have to replace Mbappe in a way that is
Mbappe's wages are gone.
Yeah,
He
they're
was
gonna
making too much money.
in a
You
way that
think
it will make the fans
Kvaratskhelia
happy.
like this year, not last year, like this year, he's worth 100 million, please.
More.
Calabria, stop them. Come on, guys, please. Calabria, stop
It's not.
them all
We
the
don't.
time.
We don't make the prices. It's not my choice. That's what the market decides. If I'm seeing other players,
I want to see.
Yeah,
If
if Leao is worth
Leao's not worth either. That kind of money. You think they're gonna give it for Leao 175? Yeah.
It's
What?
If I were to make an expert,
Watch.
no, listen, guys, for real, I'm not even joking now. If I were to make my expert estimation of Vicha, I would put him at 120 million. I think that's what he's worth.
nah.
the market is pretty crazy.
Roy, what the fuck he does? This year didn't do shit.
Nobody did shit,
I'm
Guido.
not going to argue with that, Guido. I'm not.
You know, after the first year, you're surprised. It's hard to repeat that. In fact, he fell because he didn't do shit. Calabria, stop him.
All
Calabria,
Okay. I will. Sorry.
Not-
I do have an answer for that actually.
120 million. You fucking kidding me, right?
Okay, so obviously Guido is exaggerating because Viceveraschilia is one of the greatest football talents right now coming up in football. And
Yeah,
okay,
well, the first year.
this season, first year in Serie A, he wins the MVP, wins the Scudetto as a protagonist. But this season, it is true. This season, it is true. Even great players like Osimhen, Vicha dropped because the season went really bad for them based on poor decisions. But one thing that Vicha did do this season is, for the first time in the history of Georgia, the national team has qualified for the Euros, and Viceveraschilia is the leader of that team. He's the best player. He's the guy that is leading that team. So That is a big achievement that he did this season. Zirkzee is a really special player. Let's not get this wrong, guys.
I'm not saying that it's not good. It's not worth that kind of money. I'm sorry, but
Well,
when
based on the market today, Guido,
Guido, that's the market. That's the market today. Ever since that Neymar transfer, everything is inflated.
you can't be humble about this,
I want to
Guido.
see
There's no
who's going to
point.
give 120 million. Even
Dad,
100 to
listen,
nothing. I want to
Dad,
see.
do you see the Premier
Osimhen
League?
is a different story. Osimhen is a different story.
I
It's your
get
fault.
the argument. Yeah, this guy, I would only pay 40 million, but the market today, a player like Vicha,
Yeah, the
120
market.
million.
Yeah.
You can
Yeah, but
sell
the
him
market's not like it used to be. It changed. Watch.
Dude,
when I was a child,
last year,
Paris Saint-Germain was making a mess.
last
They're
year,
done. They're not doing that
Chelsea
no more.
spent 100 and like almost
Yeah.
what 120 for Moises Caicedo. Like how much?
Right.
they spent
Guess
for that
what?
guy?
Hey guys, guess what? All these teams that spend a fortune, like Chelsea and Paris Saint-Germain, what the fuck they did? Shit. So Chelsea won
That's not
when
what we're,
the
that's
guy
not what we're
wasn't
talking
there.
about. We're not talking about
God
that.
damn, your dad came in here crashing out, boy.
Listen, Guido,
Holy shit.
Guido, but you're not.
Yeah. No. You can say the market, and I agree with you. Until I see that people buying the guy. You think Real is somebody gonna pay 175 million?
I'll give you my estimate on
Only
now.
Saudi Arabia. Hey.
I'll
The
give you my
market transfer
estimate
from
on
Premier League to Saudi Arabia. Now, if
Okay.
you talk about Saudi Arabia, I agree with you. Actually, it's going to be worth even more
And
if they go to
PSG
Saudi Arabia.
is
Not
the
in
Middle
Premier
East.
League.
PSG is
Not in
Middle
Premier
East.
League. Those
PSG
days
is
are
Middle
over.
East.
Those days
But-
are over.
Hey, okay. Anyway, listen. This is the market. At the end of the day, ironically enough, Guido, if you were the
I wanna
person
see.
selling the player, you would lose out on a lot of money with the way you're thinking. Based on the market today, 120 million for Vicha Verasquilla is reasonable.
Guys,
it's actually what they would
Rasmus.
say.
Hey,
Rasmus.
Roy,
Oh, hold on.
Wait, let me
No,
finish.
no.
Let me finish.
So I
Let me
can never
finish.
fucking
No.
talk. You guys are
Stop.
interrupt all the time.
No,
You
we're
guys
not
are
going to do
let me
this.
talk.
He was
No, we're not
crashing.
going to do this. Guys, time out everybody. Guys, we have to let each other finish because otherwise we're just going to talk over each other and we're not going to say anything. So everybody needs to finish. When someone
Okay,
talks, we do our best to be quiet. But let me finish.
I'm going after Roy.
Let me finish. Okay. So, Vicha Verasquilla, 120 million. I agree with that. PSG could do that for sure. They could do that for sure. Manchester United could do that for sure. Man City could do that. Barcelona could do that. Real Madrid, Bayern can do that. Bayern is willing to spend 100 million on Theo Hernandez. Bayern spent 80 million.
I want to see though.
Bayern
I
spent
wanna
80
see.
million on the league. So these
Hey,
prices.
Roy,
Wait,
can I say something?
no.
I'm going home. I'm not talking no more after that. When I reach my house, I'm done. I'm not wasting time like
No,
this.
Guido, no, I don't care. I'm sorry.
You guys
But you
don't
gotta let me
stop.
finish.
I cannot say.
Just let him finish.
No.
Just let him
But you
finish.
don't let me start. You don't even let me start it. That's why
No.
Guido straight up crashing out, boy. He crashing.
you guys confusing things. One thing is the transfer market. One thing is the real market. I want to see who's gonna give those fucking money. Osimhen is the only one.
Okay.
Roy,
Let's
can I give an example, please? Can I please give an
Yeah,
example?
they're gonna give 200 million.
Okay, how much did Rasmus Højlund sell for last year?
I think
Like
it was
90. No, it
was 80 something million.
80 something. Sorry.
Yeah.
Rasmus Højlund, his best season was like 15 goals, or how much did he get?
In Italy that season, he was just considered a young prospect with a promising young prospect. 70 million.
He was bought by Man
Verasquilla,
United.
MVP of the Serie A, a guy that just brought his national team to
the team that beat everybody 20 points up.
Mamma mia, Guido, you
Yeah,
have to
1
listen.
year.
Sometimes you have to just accept that some people that maybe you don't like, they're talented, and that's the way it is.
No. I always
Just-
agree.
maybe you don't like him
I
because
like
he's
Kvaratskhelia.
played
I
for
like
Napoli.
Kvaratskhelia.
I don't know why.
I don't like the
but
price you're talking
you-
about. I don't like that kind of money. That's a BS.
Well, but that's how much people would pay for
Yeah.
him.
Saudi Arabia is the only one gonna pay that.
No,
money.
but Man United spent 80 just for Rasmus Højlund. Just because you don't
Man
agree
United
with
spent
it.
100 on
Yeah, look
Anthony.
at what he did. Look what he did.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that these clubs
Oh,
aren't
This
going to
squad-
give.
this
I
squad-
want to
did.
see if they're gonna make the same mistakes. I want to see.
They
it.
will. That's the way the
They
Premier League
will.
is.
That's what they're doing.
Hey, who's in the final of the Champions League?
Listen,
Borussia
li-
Dortmund. How much money they spend?
That's not what we're talking about. We're
Yeah, yeah.
talking about. We're
They're
talking about.
No,
Paris Saint-Germain is
guys,
learning.
Guido
Okay,
just
hold
wants
on,
to
hold
go to war right
One
now.
second.
Paris Saint-Germain.
Guido just
Paris
wants to go
Saint-Germain.
to war.
You're
No,
not making.
because-
No, here's the thing, Dad.
I see.
We're not
I
okay,
agree with you
you're
when I
talking
see it. Somebody pay that.
Okay, okay, you disagree.
Okay,
That's it. That's
Okay,
fine.
just because
We
you
can
don't
stop.
think these
We can
players are
stop.
worth it doesn't mean that these things aren't actually happening. The Premier League clubs are doing that. Just because it doesn't mean that the Premier League clubs are doing the right thing, but it's happening. That's
I
all we're
But
saying.
but listen, but
You
also
said
there-
120 million for Kvaratskhelia.
Yeah, that's realistic. Yeah,
yeah.
it is.
I
yeah,
wish
It is.
100%.
We'll see.
Okay, we will see.
Okay, you saw 80
I wanna
million
see
for
it.
Højlund.
Now,
What else
hold
do you
on, hold on. That is how much I would estimate him. I would
Okay,
estimate
how
at
much
100.
is worth?
I would estimate him at 120 million. One,
Boy, I know
but
you- it's
if
like
someone
the
comes with
Real Madrid.
100 million, I would be okay. Yeah, 100 million is the minimum. I would estimate
You
him
buy
at 120 million.
Kvaratskhelia in Milan for 100 million.
Yes, 100%.
Bro, if
I'm
they
buying-
bought, if they bought,
players.
I
listen,
wouldn't even think
much
about it
better than
twice. I wouldn't
If
think
they-
about it twice.
if they be spending, if they splurging, like, look, if you see teams like Porto or Benfica sending their players like the Darwin Nunez, the Enzo Fernandez for 100 million plus, like, what makes you think Kvaratskhelia is gonna go under that? Like, he did more than them before them moving to the big clubs. He accomplished more than these guys. But that's the
You know,
price. That's the price.
I want to see when they're gonna start checking these teams that they were talking about. Man City should go second division. All the shit they did. I want to see when they're gonna check them like they check us. Inter made a fucking mess and we get checked for no reason. I want to see when they're gonna happen. I want to see.
Look at Inter, like Inter scam Man United. They sold Onana for 50 million.
Yeah, I want to see when they're gonna
Easy.
get caught. I want to see.
Yeah.
We gave up a year in Europa League. We had to give up a year of
It
Europa
sounds
League.
like you want to relegate all the best teams in Europe so that we can win the Champions League.
If they're doing legal shit, yes. That's how they buy. For that reason, I still like my ownership. I like it. I prefer not
Right.
cheating and nothing.
Oh,
One day
God.
we're gonna win. Watch. One day we're gonna win.
With Fonseca.
Now listen, I want
You
to
never
say
know.
something.
Depends the players they buy.
Okay, like,
something controversial, guys. I want
We
to say
won
something
with
controversial.
Pioli. We won the league with Pioli. Semi-final with Pioli. Why? Fonseca's not inferior to Pioli.
Maybe he is. That's the point.
okay, no, I want to read this guy's comment is confusing me. Talking about, like, you don't analyze football that way. He didn't have financial backing at Lille. I don't care about what he did at Lille. We're talking about Fonseca, what he did at Roma. We already saw he was already in Italy. I'm sorry. Even if he had no financial backing, that's not my problem. We don't care about that. A lot of coaches didn't have financial backing.
Also-
Pioli didn't have financial backing. I still wanted him out of here. It's not about how financial backing or not.
But
Listen.
Lille's team is good enough to finish second, in my opinion.
Right, indeed. So that's not my problem. He's not good enough, bro. He crashed out fucking in the.
Hold on, guys.
I watch lots of YouTuber analysts. They say that Lille doesn't have the team to be second in France.
But
No.
also, guys,
They say Marseille and Lyon are much better than Lille. So
but there's also some tangible information that we have straight from the mouth of Fonseca. He said that he was not hired to win trophies or to have
Yeah.
crazy objectives. He was hired
Right.
to develop players. That's why he said he was hired.
hey guys,
So I don't know. Did he do that well? That's a question. Maybe that's a better.
Maybe
question.
he did. Yeah.
what I think our team needs, Giroud left, so we need a number 9. I don't know. We don't get a guy in Germany.
Zerkze.
We're getting Pinamonti, Guido.
But Pinamonti is in a bench. I keep it too.
Pinamonti is good. I would take
I
Pinamonti.
get
I would.
Colombo. If you don't buy those players under, like you guys said, you guys say 120 million. That's bullshit. So what you gonna get? I get Colombo back. I give Camargo some chance. I get
No,
the guy
Camargo.
Kirasi. He scored 30 goals in Germany. Germany
No,
is not that
he
good,
didn't.
but
He
it's not even
didn't
that
score
bad.
30 goals. That's not
They're
true.
not even that bad. You know,
He did
Yes, he
not
did.
score
German
Yes, he did.
goals.
Yes, he
defense.
did.
Oh, he did? Wow.
Yeah,
German
Giras, he
One
scored
season
30
wonder.
goals.
One
I
season
think
wonder.
defenses.
I'm not. I don't want no Girassi, bro. One season wonder.
Okay. Who you got? You
No,
want
wait, Clint.
Zirkzee needed two offender. He cannot play by himself. If Zirkzee play, you gotta put a love to
All right.
cheek
Okay.
policy count.
Let me
He
hear.
needs
Let
another offender. He scored
let
12 goals.
let
How
me
many
give
goals he
you.
scored?
Let me
How
tell
many
you
goals
what.
Zirkzee scored?
Hold on, but let me give you why
Tell me
I
how many
think.
goals he scored.
12.
Okay, I'm answering, Guido. I'm gonna answer your question.
The
Just chill
picking
out.
assists are good, 17. Who's good? You
The
guys tell me
reason
who's good.
why I would prioritize Zirkzee is for this reason. Because yes, you're gonna get less goals with Zirkzee, but with Zirkzee, you're going to play better and you're going to concede less goals. And that end there is more important than scoring
What?
3 or 4 or 5 goals a
He's not a
game.
midfielder. He's a freaking number. Let's
Well,
say number
actually,
10,
no.
even though he
If you look at the way he plays, he goes deep into the field and he collects the ball deep into the field, and he's very physical. He wins physical battles.
Roy,
But hold
do you
on. But
agree that
and
you
then
need
his
another
strength.
player with Zirkzee? You need another player, number 9.
Yes,
Do you
yes,
agree
Guido.
or not?
Yes,
So
Guido.
if they want to
Yes,
play
Guido. But I
4-3-3,
am just saying
what are you
who
going to
I
do with
would
Zirkzee?
I'm just saying I would prioritize Zirkzee than a pure goal scorer. My
Hey, Roy,
decision would
did
be
you
I
hear
would
about
prioritize
the
Zirkzee.
commission?
I think with Zirkzee I can win trophy. With a
Yeah.
goal scorer,
only,
maybe no.
only
Maybe
with
no.
Zirkzee. Yeah, good luck. He's not Van Basten. I'm sorry, man.
Again, what Zirkzee is good at is connecting the midfield to the wingers and being the central fulcrum of technical and tactical football. He sees
Yeah.
space really well. He has really good tempo. He knows how to control the tempo. He's a regista.
Zerkze is like another Lautaro, damn near. Just for
Shit,
Milan. What
fuck
Lautaro
Lautaro.
does.
He's better. Technically, he's better than Lautaro 10 times.
Well,
No.
Lautaro, I would
Lautaro
say, is
score
more of a
more
striker. Lautaro is more of a striker than Zirkzee. Zirkzee is more of a playmaker.
And that's why he's a weird player, Roy. You see Bologna, the way they play. Do you see they rotate all the position around the field? I was almost fucking jerking off watching Bologna. Bologna used to play, and that doesn't mean because only Motta. That's a Sartori that buy good players. Watch what they're
Okay.
gonna do with the money they make. Watch.
Now,
I want Sartori, not fucking Maldini or the other guys over there. Come on. Moncada, what the fuck is doing Moncada to buy 20 million players? Where is the players like Kalulu? Where are those players? That's what Moncada should do. We didn't find any young players really good. Zero. Like Atalanta does, like Bologna does. Where are those?
All right. Okay.
It's like a minigun.
And plus, Roy, with the money you buy Zirkzee, I buy Scamacca right now. Not before, right now.
Well,
Yes,
Scamacca is a player
He
who's
got
worth
everything for a
100
number
million.
9.
I agree
We
with
need a
that.
number 9.
No, but you see, the thing about Scamacca that the reason why I actually do it. No, the reason why I actually agree with that is because Scamacca
We play
is
4-3-3.
is somewhere in between a Zirkzee and a goal scorer, and also he's tall, so he's somewhere in between.
He got everything.
He's somewhere in between a false 9, a 9, and a center forward. He's got all 3 of those things
Scamacca.
combined in him.
Scamacca's finishing is like world class, like the power of his shot.
Hey, Roy,
But I think if you have Zirkzee and Scamacca as your two,
that would be good.
you are killing your opponents. You're
What if
destroying them.
imagine if Atalanta
You
buys
destroy
him?
your opponents
if
every
Atalanta
game.
Yeah, Atalanta can buy.
Atalanta
They
should
sell
buy
the
Zirkzee.
Catre. They're gonna sell the Catre for 50 million. Watch this. They're gonna sell the Catre for 50 million.
If I was Atalanta, I would try to sell him and get Zirkzee and play like a front 2 like that, or a front 3 with Lookman as well.
Listen, Bologna, everybody was shooting, was scoring. Besides the other guy, the guy injured, what's his name? Ferguson. Oh my God. My dream was to buy Ferguson and Goodmanson, the one at Genoa. We could fucking kill everything. That was my dream.
Dreams?
My dream players. Do you ever see the way they play? Goodmanson, he dribble, he shoots, he does every fucking thing. Free kick. Everything, man.
Who are you talking about?
He's the guy from Genoa.
Genoa guy. He's unbelievable. Juventus, everybody want him. Inter, don't you know Inter? Inter wanted him.
You know him, Roy?
Yeah. Listen, in Italy, I am going to stand firm on this because I think I got a really good eye for talent. I know I do. Zirkzee is the best player that you can get in Italy. I
Yeah,
think.
but you got to put in
What
on
about
the right
Scamacca? Wait,
situation.
what do you mean? What do you
If you
mean?
put Zirkzee by himself on the 4-3-3, what the heck is going to do? He scored
No.
12 goals this year.
I mean, I would maybe prioritize Zirkzee over Scamacca.
Really?
No, I want it together, not separate.
But the thing is, guys, Scamacca is unrealistic for two reasons. Number one, because Atalanta prices their players super high, and number two, because literally Gasperini's only
But Zirkzee would
re-signing.
be
Wait, let me
40+15.
finish. Let me finish. Because
You
Gasperini's
motherfucker.
only re-signing because I think Atalanta's going to promise him not to sell their best players. So I don't think they're going to be selling many players. I think Juventus actually just bid for cup miners, but I doubt that. I don't think it's going to be easy to get cup miners from Atalanta. Like I don't think they're going to be asking for a lot of money.
You guys don't understand that those players, once you take them off from a system they used to play because they did really Gasperini, Motta too, they took everything from them, the best they could be. I don't think they could be better than that. So
I think
that's
listen,
my opinion. I don't
if
think
you I think if you want to be serious about shit, you do this market. You get Scamacca, you get Zirkzee, you get Amrabat.
Yeah, I saw Jerry Cardinale in Philadelphia asking for money on the street, homeless.
You get Casadei, you get Calafiori, you get Buongiorno.
Coyote.
Calafiori's not gonna go in Milan. He got successful with the
Coyote.
Motta. Who do you think is gonna go in Milan and Calafiori if Motta is going to Juventus? He was dead. People hate him so much, and now became like a phenomenal. I don't know how long he's gonna last anyway.
Yeah, actually,
I think it's overrated.
We almost bought Calafiori. Remember that?
Yeah, we didn't want him. Imagine that.
Yeah, because we were looking for
Because
a
he
right
was
back.
sucked anyway. He was sucked.
I watched his highlights. He was playing for Basel. I have to be honest with you. Yes,
he looked like Maradona.
I have to be honest with you. He was playing for Basel, and I was not very impressed with how he.
Well, I gotta say, I saw him with a U21 not too long ago, and he is dominant.
No. Yeah, now he's doing fantastic. I'm saying like last year when I was watching with Basel.
Hey, Roy, Gabbia was the captain U21. Gabbia was the captain.
Not with Calafiori, no.
Before, he's older than Calafiori. So when I mean, everybody can be phenomenal sometimes, but you gotta see 2-3 years.
Yeah, but Gabbia did not look phenomenal when he was in the U21.
Now he looked much better.
Gabbia looked like a good player, that's a reliable player, but he didn't look like a phenomenal player. I think if we're going to use this term loosely, phenomenal, there are players in the U21 that look like, I guess we can use the term phenomenal. There are many. I would get all of those.
I always say that. I would get the best player of each little team in Italy and make a team. The best player of each little team, and you make a team with those best of each team in Italy, those little teams. That's what I would do.
Yeah, like Candreva.
What about the defensor? What about the Lecce defensor? He's a beast.
Who?
What's his name? Baschirotto. Why nobody get him? He's a beast.
Baschirotto, ragazzi.
Yeah, he scored us. He's a beast.
Incredible.
I gotta go to the gas station.
Baschirotto.
Yeah. So I would get Zirkzee, Scamacca, Amrabat, either Casadei or Fabian from Bologna as a midfielder, Italian midfielder that can build. Italian midfielders that are ready to play that role. I think we're all taken right now. I can't think of one that is ready right now to play that role. Maybe I can't think of any. I can only think of Casadei and Fabian. Prati, Ricci, these are interesting.
Yeah,
which Italians can you think of that can play that Amrabat kind of role?
That's tough. I mean, like, I don't know what position. Wait,
like a Tonali. We had Tonali. Like Tonali was the number one.
That's hard to find, honestly.
Ricci seems
To be
to be
honest,
the next guy coming up. Yeah, I haven't seen much of
yeah.
him though.
Wait, what position is Endor exactly?
Endor also actually very good.
Because
Yeah,
that's
Endor.
I'm not 100% sure exactly what his
He
midfield
he
position is,
plays a
but yeah.
mid-Zala, but he can also play deep. But he is
Was he?
very good
Where's he?
too.
PSG? Where is he?
PSG, yeah. Um, yeah. So in the midfield, I think Ricci is the next one coming up. He just got called up for the national team. But either Ricci or Casadei or Fabian just start to build up another, Italian midfielder that's going to be for the national team. Then bring in a big player like Calafiori, right? If you bring in like these players, Scamacca, Zirkzee, Amrabat, Calafiori, you're ready favorites to win the league. Like you're ready favorites. Then you put in Buongiorno in there too, another defender. You put in maybe Fofana and Amrabat if you can get one of the Italian midfielders.
Yeah.
Defense, Buongiorno, Calafiori, Gabbia, Tomori. That's good. And the left, I don't know. I guess right back. Well, we got Jimenez. We can promote Jimenez. We can promote Jimenez. There's a few young players that are interesting.
Oh, yeah, that's a tough position though. Like,
But in a more realistic frame, like Zerkze, I think is more realistic. Scamacca is very difficult. We had a great opportunity to get Scamacca, we blew it. But Zerkze right now seems to be, on the sale, and maybe there's a possibility to get him.
yeah, I'm trying to see because I think there was some more news today. What they're? Well, I mean, we're linked with this Fofana player, right? So
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the tweet, by the way. The Zirkzee tweet. Wait, who's Kia Jorabchian? Is this the? You know who this is?
I think that's his agent.
Yeah. So, what are your thoughts on the commission thing? Because a lot of fans are pissed off, and they're like, oh, the club never wants to pay the commissions.
I don't know because I don't know. First of all, I don't know how much they are, but if at the end when you don't go through, when you don't cross the line, you do come across as a weak club. So if it's because of the commissions, blah blah blah, the message at the end of the day is going to be, well, yeah. So what is more important? The most important thing is to keep the balance in order, and we're not going to take any risks, and the numbers have to be respected. So yeah, this doesn't fit within the financial algorithm for the player, which shows a lack of ambition on the sporting side. It just shows consistency on want to make Milan a sustainable and profitable club, which doesn't really bring you trophies. I don't think. I think if you want to win trophies, you have to have a drive to win trophies, and you have to build to win trophies, and then the money is comes with it.
Yeah. Man, the last actually, by the way, Atalanta and Fiorentina, I think, they still have to play each other, and then the Serie A is officially over. But the Champions League, man, I might do a watch along this Saturday.
Oh, right, Champions League. So where are we going for? What's happening?
Wow, I mean, how can you Real Madrid, if they win this, they win their 15th title? I mean, that's just unbelievable. How can you bet against Real Madrid?
Well, let me say something, guys. I mean, hey, don't say. Listen, I'm just putting out information, but I'm not suggesting anybody to go and do anything that we shouldn't do or be responsible. But the betting odds are really good because if Dortmund wins, it's times 4, almost 5. So you can win times 5. So that's pretty good.
Yeah, I just don't. I mean, anything can happen. But I feel like I don't see how you stop. I mean, the thing about Real Madrid is I've been watching these finals, and it's all about mentality and it's all about how clinical you are. And I don't think that a team can be more precise than Real Madrid. All of those guys are like super mature, even their young players, and they're all like world class players that score any chance that you give them, basically. So it's like you have to be. Dortmund's gonna have to keep up like their perfect defense with Hummels. They have to be super focused, and then also they have to be able to break down Real Madrid, which I don't know if their attack is that good, to be honest. I mean, it's good. I mean, Jadon Sancho has been playing well for them. Like they're not bad. Don't get me wrong, but Real Madrid's got a good defense and they're super experienced.
So from what I saw watching both teams, what my analysis is that defensively, I think Dortmund is better. They have a better defensive system, and they have maybe a better. I think maybe Hummels and Emre Can defensively right now are incredible. And I didn't see anybody perform at those levels defensively, aside from Rudiger a little bit in Real Madrid. But one thing that I did notice about Real Madrid is that Real Madrid is one of the toughest teams to score against in the counterattack. So they do know how to defend a good counterattack. And Dortmund will obviously play very low and play their game. And Dortmund is going to invite Real Madrid. It's not going to be the other way around. So the question is going to be, is Dortmund going to be able to defend as meticulously as they have done and then take the counterattack, or is Real Madrid just going to score the chances they get and they win the game that way? That's how I think it's going to go.
Yeah, I could see that happening for sure. I mean, honestly, I don't really care who wins. I know everyone's like, oh, Dortmund, but I don't really, at this point, Real Madrid is never going to be caught, so I honestly don't care. And I just want to see a good game, entertainment.
Yeah.
I'm happy. I'm very happy. Actually, I like Real Madrid because I'm happy that they consistently have been stopping Liverpool, Bayern, and other teams from hitting 7 Champions League. So
Yeah.
I've enjoyed that.
It is. Look, the thing about Real Madrid that is just a reality, which is what we are supposed to be, is that every decision Real Madrid makes is to have the best team on the field, and that's their ultimate drive for anything they do. Every decision is made for the sole purpose to have the best football team on the planet. And that kind of way of thinking, I mean, that's, of course, you guys have to understand how upset or how, disappointed I can be when the way we are being run is just for a brand. I didn't even know what the fuck is how we're running the club. So when you compare it to Real Madrid and how they operate, it says a lot why they win so much, and they hire people like Ancelotti.
Yep. Ancelotti, by the way, he's like actually underrated in terms of, in my opinion, he's the best manager of all time. People can say that like, oh, I mean, his tactics aren't like, I mean, yeah, he wasn't able to do anything amazing without like amazing teams or whatever. I think like I don't think that's necessarily true. I think he's still, I don't think our 2007 UCL team was like, it was very good, but it was also on the older side. It wasn't like as amazing as like the 2005 one was relatively. I mean, it was a good team for sure, but I mean, which teams have been able to win the Champions League without having like super amazing squads? I think.
Well, listen, I remember that year very well, and I remember that we still had one of the best teams.
Yeah, I mean, of course, I know. I mean, I realized that, but I guess what I'm saying is like he doesn't. It's not like he has like the Galacticos all the time. I mean, they're very good, but I feel like all UCL winners have good teams. Like, they have to be competitive.
Hey guys, Carletto is the best.
But the fact that he's able to consistently get the most, like put these guys in the position to let them shine, I think it's a very valuable skill. And I think like He at the end of the day, it's all about results, and he has the best results. So
Anto, when Carletto started coaching, the best club was Juventus. They call him they each gonna be always the second, the eterno secondo. They call him. He came in Milan, he killed everything. Then everywhere he's been, he won. And guess what? If you notice when he does the substitution every game, he always right. All the
yeah, he makes
substitution players,
amazing subs.
the substitution play, they always do great. Always. Never. He's very good communicator. He knows how to keep to talk to people. Again, he was a midfielder, guys. I'm sorry. To be a coach, you gotta be a midfielder. I'm sorry. It's like you play football, American football. You gotta
Well,
be
by
a
the
quarterback.
you'll be happy to know that Paulo Fonseca was a defender.
Yeah, so fuck. That's why he's not winning.
The result speaks for themselves. Yeah.
They got a photocopy of Pioli, basically.
Yeah,
It looks like it. Yeah, it does look like. But you said, Guido, that you think that Fonseca is better than Pioli. I don't know if Fonseca is better than Pioli.
I don't think he is.
No. All depends if he gonna use if he has balls.
No, he doesn't have balls.
They should. Ibrahimovic should stick his hands under his balls and see if he has balls. Because what we need, our team, we reached second place. Imagine that this year. So if they get some good players, because we lost Giroud here, I love here anyway. People can say whatever they want, but you guys remind. I want to see one mistake. I remember only one mistake Kier made when it was a friendly game. It was Real Madrid. But there was a perfect pass from Modric anyway. So that's the only mistake I can remember. He's the only one that laid down
He made a
in
lot
front
of
of the post.
But
I don't remember. He made
he's on the
one
older
mistake,
side. So.
but they didn't score. I remember he made a mistake because he slapped with his leg, but they didn't score when he made that mistake. So I forgot it was a Champions League, I think.
I mean, if
Besides
you're saying
that-
that Kier made 2 mistakes in the last year, then you're probably like joking.
No,
or
people are.
lying to
You
yourself,
tell
but-
me. You tell me. Mistake like Tomori did was Sassuolo 2 goals in one same game. You find those mistakes that Kier made. I don't remember any of them.
That all the defenders make mistakes.
Ciao when he came back. Go find those mistakes in Kier. I don't remember any. And you forgot, guys. He's the captain of Denmark, one of the best national team in the world because they're always up there. They're always semi-final, quarter-final, always. So, and they won the European Cup.
You know, guys. You know how there were links to between Real Madrid and Malik Chow?
Yeah.
I have a theory about that. I'm not saying that they're like it's going to happen, but I have a feeling that Rudiger, like Rudiger is getting older, and they probably asked him, and they were like, "Oh, do you know like any like of the who do you think is going to be like become a top defender or something like that?" Because I think when I was watching Chow with the German national team when Flick was the manager, and he was getting called. He did a really good job, and he was partnered with Rudiger, and Flick was actually giving him a lot of minutes. So maybe Rudiger actually thinks Chow is a very good defender. But I know Chow made a lot of mistakes this year, but I don't think he was at his best. I mean, I thought the year before he was really good.
Look,
And
sorry, anything?
Go ahead.
No, from what I saw this year, Chow wouldn't get many minutes in Real Madrid.
Oh yeah, based on how he played, of course. But
He was injured.
I think that he's.
Even when he was not injured, like the way he played from the beginning.
I mean, when he
Listen, that guy's
last
young,
year,
man.
last year in the UCL, against Tottenham, and also on the international breaks, he played really well. Like I watched all of his games. He actually was like one of their best defenders. I watched a game Germany versus Poland.
You think it's easy to make a Germany national team? I don't think so.
But there was a big involution, so regression in his movement going forward, and it just looks like he needs more experience.
But also, Roy, I think the midfield and the whole tactics this year didn't really help him as well. But
but the one-on-ones, he got cooked a lot.
Oh yeah, he made a lot of mistakes. To be fair,
yeah, but just when he came back from the injury, if you remember,
even before
he
the
made
injury.
a stupid mistake. Yeah, come on, before the injury, which mistake? Everybody made a mistake. Two mistakes with Sassuolo.
I know
against Lukaku, against Thuram, against
Yeah, so that was.
But
it.
Lukaku is
Vlahovic.
the only one that can take care of him. Only Chow could take care of Lukaku. Nobody could. He's too big.
Thuram, they cooked him. Every striker I've seen cooks him. Is
Yeah, Inter
outsmart,
attacking with all the
outsmarted.
midfielder and nobody defend, please.
I mean, he was getting. He was putting. he was
Please,
putting
you have to fucking defend, Guido. You have to defend.
No, but guys, listen. I know most Milan fans. The opinion is like that he's not that good anymore. But for me, I trust me.
Yeah, yes.
Trust
Who
me,
knows
trust
why
me.
Real
I
Madrid
think-
won him?
I think
why
that-
Real Madrid won him? Just because
I
Real
think
Madrid
that
won it,
he'll-
I would never
I
tell
think
him.
he's a very good defender. I think his prospect is very high still.
Yeah.
His promise.
And
We gotta
all I
fight.
said is if he goes to Real Madrid, he won't get many minutes. Maybe in
Yeah,
a few
yeah.
years he will.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. Yeah. I'm not. I agree with
Capiche?
that.
Capiche?
No, I'm just sort of discussing overall my thoughts on him. But
Guido wants to
so, guys,
fight.
wait, Roy, I have a question.
Gonna
Would
sell
you-
Chow for how much? For 20 million, and then you buy Bonjour another play for 45. That's
Wait, let
BS.
me ask you guys a question because I think I asked this and I forget if Roy said no. I forget what his answer was. Would you guys sign Matt Hummels?
Oh, no, I cannot scream.
No. Even though I think he's incredible, I think he's the best defender right now in Europe that I've seen. No, I would not sign him.
What's the reason?
Because Fonseca plays it with a high line, and Hummels in a high line would be a disaster.
So after Pioli, they're gonna do the same shit.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the only problem we had. Those players can play by themselves. We don't need a coach. They just need some Gattuso kicking their ass. Gattuso, Ibrahimovic on the bench just screaming to them and make them fucking run. Every team run like crazy when they play final, semi-final. We were
basi-
like soft. That's
We
what we
basi-
miss.
We basically just signed Pioli with hair.
We don't have.
Guido, what is your opinion on the Fonseca? What do you think he can do?
I don't know him, to be honest
Well,
with you.
well, he didn't watch the
What did I-
videos.
what did
but
I
he
know?
didn't watch
You
the
guys
videos.
go with the highlights. Highlights don't mean shit.
No. We saw videos of him explaining everything. Like,
Oh, yeah?
there's videos of him explaining his tactics and also how he's like a big data guy and that he doesn't
Was he Russian? Did he speak in Russian or Ukrainian?
spoken English. He's never won a league other than the Ukrainian league. The only trophies he's won are like he won the Portuguese Cup, and he won. That's it. He won the Portuguese Cup. He won the Ukrainian double like two or three times.
Listen,
In a
the
row.
only way we can win is they give him all the best, very good players. They don't need to do shit. That's the only way
We're
we
so
can.
screwed. We're so screwed.
Would you get Italiano instead?
Fuck Italiano. You go see the Fiorentina fans.
My dad hates him.
Go see.
Wait,
Every game he
who would
change
you-
formation. That piece of shit. Every game he change formation. They
Who
got
would you
better
get?
players than we have in Milan. They got better players than us.
Who would you get?
They don't have number 9. Oh, yeah, they don't have the offender. I forgot. They don't have the offender. That's true.
Guido, would you get Fonseca or Italiano?
I don't know. Italiano, I don't like it because I saw him make so many mistakes every game. So 3 finals they lost. The conference. People blame Mourinho. Mourinho at least they won fucking conference.
So probably Fonseca.
Nah, no one of them. I want Gattuso at this point. I think I got Gattuso 10 times.
At this point, why don't we just keep Bonera as a coach?
Fuck Bonera, he's dumb. Bonera knows. He was another defender. I'm tired of this fucking defense. I want a midfield coach. Hey, I have to go because
So who?
people sleeping upstairs. They wake up at 5 o'clock to go to work.
Dad, would you sign? Okay,
All
Dad.
right,
Wait,
okay.
last question. Would you sign Mbappé?
Yeah, Buck is a Milan fan. Just for that.
Would you spend all of the budget on him this summer?
It's not enough for only one player. I'm sorry.
Oh, we
Who's
can
going
like
to
then
play
we
by
can
himself?
use just.
You can use a Primavera player. Yeah, you can get a
Yeah,
Primavera player.
Yeah, exactly.
We put Mbappé, Leao, Kamar.
Camarda, yeah.
Kamar, they score. As long as he touches the ball, he score. I don't know what the fuck he
Fonseca's
does.
gonna play a 3-4-3 with at that formation.
can't believe they got a coach play the same position.
No, they're not just the same system. They got a coach that gets bent over by the owners.
It's gonna be hard to replace Giroud.
He gets spanked.
You watch the video when he left Milan.
Yo, guys, there's some crazy noise, crazy static.
My
going on.
dad's mic. His mic.
Oh my god, dude, that noise is crazy. Yo, Guido, your microphone is making way too much noise, man.
It's the same thing. I have the headset on.
Yeah, but can you plug it in more? Maybe it's not plugged in.
It's making crazy noise.
Ah, you fixed it. See? There you go.
I hear the noise when I took it off.
No, it's back. Dang
Oh,
it.
thanks. I gotta go.
Oh, man.
I cannot make noise.
All right. Buenas noches.
Good night.
Alright.
Yo, he's being fucking spied on. Fucking CIA is on his ass, dude.
Oh,
What is-
I
what
got it.
the-
You're right, Fadinho. I have to show him this video. I actually didn't show him. He's probably gonna like shit himself if he sees that. Man, Roy, we are cooked, man.
Well, let's see who they get. But I mean, I just again, for me, it's not even about being negative or pessimistic. It's the big question is how are you going to not concede goals? That's the only thing that matters.
Oh wait, Italiano said they didn't deserve to lose. That's crazy.
No, I think their mentality was poor and they did deserve to lose it.
Oh, Calafiori.
Juventus still leading the races on Riccardo Calafiori from Bologna. Juventus are in advanced talks with the centre back for a contract till 2029. Also, I saw that Chelsea gave a contract to who's this Italian guy? Messina Maresca?
Oh, Enzo Maresca.
All the way up until 2029. That's a long contract.
That's the Chelsea way.
Yeah, all the way until 2029.
They sign players for 10 years.
But I mean, it does say something about the contract that they want to offer Fonseca, which is only 2-year contract. So it doesn't give Fonseca a lot of time. It's a contract that forces Fonseca to show what he's made of quite fast, actually, which is interesting. I don't know if that's a good strategy. If I would have given the contract to Fonseca, it would have been 4 years, and I would probably not put so much pressure onto him. I think this is another mistake. I think
it's a mistake. I agree with you. And also, that goes to show you then why hire a coach if you're not confident in him? And like on top of that, like it's like they're not owning their decision, you know? Like we all are not confident with it, but this shows that the club isn't even confident about him. So why the hell are you getting him just to cut corners? Like what's the point?
Yeah, the only thing I can speculate is that he's just so in lockstep with the whole Moneyball and this modern corporate America way of doing things, and he is going to coach. If it's not for the trophy, it's okay. Like he's going to be given directives. Your objectives are to coach for these specific games. He's going to do that, and he will be judged on that maybe. So maybe I don't know. I do not know. On the field, the only thing that worries me is how is he going to go through a season being one of the teams that concedes the least amount of goals. That is the problem that you have to solve. It's not even the coach, to be honest with you. It's like, how are you going to go next year playing the kind of football which you don't concede goals? You don't need to score 99 goals. You just don't have to concede more than 40 goals. Minimum. But you have to stay in the 30s, 33, 34. That is what Fonseca did in Ligue 1, but I don't know what that means in Serie A.
Yeah, for sure. Also, Yeah, Jerry apparently is from Philly, but he lives in New York, though. That's the thing.
Mm.
So freaking Jerry is like, oh man, we got the worst representative.
But I think, Antonio, that if Milan gets a player that you think is exciting, you're going to completely turn around and be like, "No,
I'm
Jerry's
not. No,
great.
I'm not gonna
Jerry,
completely turn around. Well,
Jerry is
okay,
amazing.
okay, hold on.
Jerry's my favorite."
If they get Kylian Mbappe, then I'll be like very excited. Okay, here's what I'm gonna say. I will not be excited. The only players I'll be excited for are like, if I mean the thing is even Girassi though. I was gonna say players who scored like a bunch, like super high goal numbers, but I don't know because Girassi is also like another cheap like opportunity. It I'm not. I don't really know. I don't think after last season. I was excited about Zirkzee. After last season though, and I don't think he's a bad player, but of course he didn't really live. Of course, didn't live up to the expectations. So I think after last season, I'm probably not going to be excited with any more Moneyball players. Like I just unless they're legitimately world class. Like I don't know. It's probably I'm going to be very cautious.
I think that if it gets Zerkze, it is a good sign. It's a good step. I do agree. If you get Mbappé, that is something to be excited about because Mbappé. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to win, but just having a player like Mbappé is definitely a game changer. And that's about it. Then everything else is just, yeah. Let's see.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, I'll repeat myself. How many goals are we going to concede next year? That's a big question.
So I guess you're looking for a top center back as well.
Yeah, we'll get Calafiori and Buongiorno.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on some of the center backs that we have? Like, should we try getting rid of them or?
The ones that we have?
Yeah, like who would you keep and who would you get rid of? Like Kalulu, Chao, Tomori.
That's a good question. Yeah, someone has to go. Hard to say because Kalulu did really good when we won the Scudetto. So I think there's something very special about him. Chao is a good prospect. Gabbia was the best defender of the second half of this season. Tomori, I think, is the best defender that we have. So someone to replace Kjaer, essentially. And then Calafiori, I guess, over Buongiorno. Calafiori or Buongiorno. And then they dog it out. If I have to sell someone, maybe to bring in, you can only sell Tomori, really, or Chao, one of those two, if you want to bring in Calafiori. I would sell Chao and bring in Calafiori.
Yeah.
And I will keep Tomori. Nobody's going to buy Gabbia. Kalulu, nobody's going to buy Kalulu. But people are going to give you money for Tomori and Chao. Out of those two, I would sell Chao.
I would probably just buy one center back and wouldn't sell Chao. I would give him a little bit more, like one more year.
Okay, who would you buy?
I would buy, I don't know, one of the center backs from Italy, most likely. I mean, Scalvini is too expensive.
Oh, Scalvini. Oh, I forgot about Scalvini.
Yeah.
That's another one. Very interesting. That's another one. Are you sure that we will get top four next season? Because you've got Motta and some upgrade players. Also, Napoli got Conte and Gasperini is getting better. There's De Rossi too.
Well, it's about top five, isn't it?
It is about top five. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. We got to see what the team is going to look like. Antonio, just go big on Sesko. Sasko would be great.
You
Yeah.
like Sesko?
Yeah. From what I've seen, I think there's a player there that is going to be important. Yeah.
Yeah, he's good. I just, again, it's just like very difficult to choose
Yeah.
because it's like you're betting a lot on these guys.
Get Seshenko, please. I don't know who Seshenko is.
Is it a Sesko? Like,
Oh, Seshenko. I think he should be, top of the list of players that we should try and get.
so who would you get at striker? Zirkzee, Sesko, like those two?
If I had my way, it'd be Zirkzee and Skamaka. I'll get those two players.
Okay, and then who is like the next best?
Maybe I would put. That's a good question. I don't know. I don't know. I can't think of anybody.
Huh, yeah. I would probably go with. It's tough because I want to give Girassi a chance because I like.
I don't know enough about him, honestly, to really have a good idea. That's why I can't say.
Yeah, it's so hard because I don't know. Like, they all have a lot of promise, but it's like who is gonna work out the best in Italy and with the formation that we're gonna play.
Right now, if you, I think if you're playing a 4-2-3-1, Zerkze and Sesko can work well. If you're they can work well. Zerkze is the number 10, and Sesko is the number 9. There's the guy from Real Madrid, the guy that scored the 2 goals against Man City. Was it Man City? Yazulu.
Oh, Joselu? Oh wow.
Because someone suggested that in Italy, since Mbappé is going to Real Madrid, maybe Joselu needs to find a squad to get some time.
I don't think he's a starting striker caliber player.
No,
I don't know if he plays Real Madrid. Like the way they attack, they play with like they put a lot of people forward. I think he doesn't really like if we put him up there on an island playing striker. I don't think he's could be that effective.
Sorloth, I don't know who he is. I don't know who he is.
He's one of the top scorers in La Liga this year. He's Norwegian.
Okay. So the budget, in theory, we should have 100 million. If we sell Theo Hernandez, we should have 200 million. So in theory, we should have 150 million. I don't know how much of it will be spent. These are just numbers that who was talking about these numbers? Vitiello, right?
Vitiello. But also, the thing is this, like, I mean, if we sell Theo Hernandez, my problem is if we're looking at fullbacks, which fullbacks realistically can be replacements? Because I don't think there's that many good fullbacks, you know? Like, do you have some names? I mean, yeah, you could find maybe some.
Well, I would say this. Jimenez, the guy that's coming up, looks really promising. The Spanish kid.
You would promote him, do you think, as a starter?
Yeah.
Or?
Oh, for sure. He's ready.
As a starter?
Not as a starter, but he's good enough to play many games. Also, if Theo is going, if that is true, I would really look into Spinazzola and have a rotation of Jimenez and Spinazzola, and I think they can share that left wing pretty nicely. One is starting his career, the other one is not ending his career, but he can't play every game. And I think having a rotation of Spinazzola and Jimenez is worthy of a replacement of Theo Hernandez.
Okay, yeah. But I don't know, like, how many more years left does Spinazzola have on his contract? Is he?
I think he's for free. Spinazzola
Oh, is
is
he
free.
free? Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's a no-brainer.
And you can play him for 2 or 3 years and then go for the next guy, you know, because he can give you 2-3 years of high level football still.
I like that.
And also, like we saw in the masterclass, Fonseca said that, you know, at Roma, Spinazzola was his most important player. So,
Ooh,
you know,
connecting the dots.
yeah. So Fonseca already, you know, said that name. So it is possible. And Fonseca and Spinazzola was linked to us about a month ago because as a possible replacement to Theo.
Do you want to watch another Fonseca video right now? Because there are some other ones.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
But there will most definitely be copyrighted, though. But
Now, last time we got copyrighted because of Gurasi.
like, even if we just, I mean, fair play. I mean, I see other. How do
Yeah.
people?
That is a good shot.
How do the reaction channels get away with copyright? I feel like some. I mean, you know, hopefully we don't get into any issues. But
For the right, they're talking about this guy called Thiago something. I don't know
he's a
him.
Lille player. We can watch his highlights.
No. Let's not watch highlights. I don't want it to get blocked because people then complain in the chat. But the masterclass stuff we can do. That stuff is fine.
Let's see.
What about the Spanish right? Look, if I were to get a right back, if I were to like put my eggs in that basket for a right back, me personally, I will go for Coyote. I think you can do a lot with Coyote. But I don't know many right backs outside of Italy, so you know, I'm just gonna stick with what I know.
So yeah, I mean, I see some videos. The thing is, like,
Yeah, show it. Let's watch them.
but this channel, I feel like they would copyright.
No, that's fine. Don't worry about it.
It's actually wait. Oh yeah, sorry. Okay.
Carvajal, that's interesting player. Experience. A lot of experience. We do need veterans for sure. Are you sure?
Wait on sec. Okay, are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
Fonseca. Roma have been playing exciting football this season. I'd put them with Atalanta and Sassuolo as the league's entertainers, says the Athletic's James Horncastle. And understandably so. With a balanced squad of developing talent and hardened experience, Roma are making strides in both Serie A and in Europe, under a highly capable but still unheralded coach. Fonseca has been the manager of Roma since the summer of 2019. He enjoyed a hugely successful stint at Shakhtar Donetsk, where he won the double in each of his 3 seasons in charge. During this
Can you
period,
stop right there? Stop right there.
Shakhtar met Napoli and Roma in
That statistic about him winning the titles is something that people got to be really careful about. Because prior to Fonseca, Shakhtar had won something like 9 titles in a row. So
Farmers.
So he just got in a situation where the team was already the best in the league, and so that's something that needs to be considered because a lot of coaches would be able to do that. Like any like mid-level coach in Italy would be able to do that.
Yeah. That Zerbi did it, I think.
Yeah.
I think so.
Sure. Oh, De Zerbi would totally be able to do that easily.
During this period, Fonseca's Shakhtar met Napoli and Roma in continental competitions, giving both a tough time, which drew him to the attention of Italian football. Fonseca is a disciple of Vitor Frada's tactical periodization, also famously espoused by Jose Mourinho, Carlos Queiroz, and other Portuguese coaches. This method creates training schedules based on the idea that physical and technical work must coincide in each session. That working with the ball at all times conditions players to respond to situations as they would in a match context.
That's good.
It aims to make players more comfortable on the ball and at greater ease using
Yeah.
it in situations of high physical stress.
That's
Fonseca is
the way
also
to
an
coach
intense presence
now.
on the training pitch. And his methods are clearly paying off, as Roma's defenders especially have become more comfortable on the ball, and the team is becoming increasingly adept at playing his style of football. Fonseca started off at Roma with a 4-2-3-1 or a 4-3-3, his favoured system at Shakhtar. A 2-0 Coppa Italia win in January last year saw the debut of a 3 at the back, but it wasn't until July that Fonseca committed to a tactical shift that saw one loss to Napoli, but then an unbeaten Serie A run of 8 games, including a 3-1 away win at Juventus.
Damn. Beast.
This season, Fonseca
We
has
have
almost exclusively stayed
the
with
mastermind.
the 3-4-3. This system sees the back three split wide in build-up, assisted by the goalkeeper Pau Lopez, so that the shape can look like a flattish back four. One midfielder usually drops off two, creating a forward passing option in front of the back three. Or they will drop into the position of one of the centre-backs, usually on the left side, while that centre-back holds an even wider position. And one of the most interesting developments has actually been Fonseca's use of Brian Cristante as a centre-back. Cristante came from Atalanta as a midfielder, albeit a creative, deep-lying one, but Fonseca has refashioned him into a ball-playing centre-half who sits in the middle of the back three. It's a change that has provided the team with enhanced passing options from deep and a central centre-back who can push up into the midfield line to give them greater control over weaker teams. Fonseca has also worked hard to improve the confidence on the ball of Roma's other centre-backs, and now in Ibanez, Marash Kambula, and the more aggressive Gianluca Mancini, Roma have a fleet of intelligent young defenders comfortable in possession. And this is important because Fonseca favours a build-up of short passes out from the back, with players finding space behind the opponent's defensive lines. Roma don't usually pass long, tending only to favour this approach against very good sides who press high. It's a style of build-up that favours Roma's technical attacking players who are adept at finding space, especially the wide attackers. The wide players cut in field and leave space for the wing-backs to overlap, meaning that the attacking front unit of the 3-4-3 is often quite narrow. Edin Dzeko is moving towards the end of his career, but remains a useful focal point. He uses his strength and understated passing ability to hold up the ball and then lay it off or play through for runners from deep. This has benefited the dynamic box-to-box midfielder Jordan Veretout, whose late runs have already seen him achieve the best scoring season of his career so far and reach double figures for the first time. And behind Dzeko, the experienced and creative Pedro and Enric Mkhitaryan buzz around, looking to carve out passing chances, carry the ball, or shoot themselves.
Wait, I'm sorry. You said
Mkhitaryan
Pedro?
will generally drift into a more central position and act as a playmaker between the lines.
Oh, I
Pedro
totally forgot
looks to
that
run in
Pedro was on
behind.
Roma. Huh.
But the attacking unit is fluid. Roma have tended to focus their attacking efforts centrally, looking to overload in that area. The wide attackers like to drift in field into the half spaces, and width is maintained by using those overlapping wingbacks, usually the dynamic Leonardo Spinazzola and Rick Karstorp. They are covered by the wide split of the centre-backs, who also offer a useful rotation option should the wingback run into trouble. And if they do so, Roma are unafraid to pass all the way back and restart their patient possession-focused build-up. But the key to their attack is the fluidity and movement of the wide attackers, supported by those deep runs from Veretout, Gonzalo Villa, or Lorenzo Pellegrini. Pellegrini is an all-round attacking threat, recast from playing as a 10 to a deeper role, but still with the ability to create chances from very little and the energy to get onto opportunities provided by others. Roma's ability to generate these central overloads and put runners in behind defences or quickly move the play to a wingback who crosses back in is what makes them so exciting to watch. They have players who can carry the ball effectively through the middle, but who also possess the technical ability to create through quick passes, which profit from their dynamic runners. This should be enhanced further with the return from injury at some point of Nicolo Zaniolo, another extremely technical midfielder who scored 6 league goals last season and was linked with a number of top European clubs prior to suffering the second cruciate ligament injury of his career back in September. Defensively, Roma press in a situational way. The triggers include passes backwards, the opponent carrying a ball to a certain height on the pitch, and passes from the centre-backs to the full-backs in slightly higher positions. The press is generally man-orientated and aimed at smothering the opposition and preventing them from breaking forwards. Roma generally don't counter-press that much, preferring to hold their position and use triggers to pressure the ball rather than losing their shape. Otherwise, they seek to block up the centre of the pitch, often retaining the 3-4-3 shape, sometimes with one wide attacker coming centrally to mark the opposition's defensive midfielder. Within Serie A, Roma have also achieved the second most shot and goal creations from defensive actions, showing that their intelligent pressing and ability to turn blocks, tackles and interceptions directly into attacks is a potent weapon.
What season was this?
Despite not utilizing
this is the first season, like when they finished 5th, 2019, 2020, I believe.
The Serie A is likely out of reach for them this season. But under Fonseca, and with a squad that is showing real signs of improvement under his coaching methods, Roma are growing towards something. Key attacking players will admittedly have to be replaced at some point, but the foundations of this side are promising, and the future does look bright for a club who are now without a Scudetto for 20 years. Tifo.
Was this 2018 or 2019? 2018, 2019 or 2019, 2020?
I think it was 2019, 2020. Are you looking up the stats? I like.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is this who is this account again? I forget their name, but note how none of our center backs.
Oh my God!
What?
Are you sure this is the season?
I think 1920, if I'm correct. Let me check Wikipedia. He was there for 2 seasons.
Well, if this is the season, guys, this was exactly my fear. Look at that.
Don't tell me. One sec.
Look at this number.
You're not. Wait, let me check. He was at Roma for the. On June 2019, Fonseca was appointed manager. He led the side to 5th place in the Serie A in his first. So yeah, it must have been 2019, 2020.
Okay, so look at this number. Are you
Are
ready?
you sharing something? Oh, okay.
Look at this number right here.
Oh my God!
This is exactly what I'm saying. I'm just. We're gonna have the same problem.
Oh my gosh. And by the way, we finished 6th this year, but that was because that was the year of what's his name? Gianpaolo. So we started the year off really poorly.
This guy conceded 51 goals in a season, guys. 51 goals. These numbers are crazy. We conceded 52, I think, this season.
I thought we conceded less. Is that right?
No, this
52?
52.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh my! And they played with a back 3 too. We conceded 49 this season.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I thought it was 52.
No.
Are you sure?
It was the worst. It's still the worst out of the top 11 teams.
Oh, 49, yeah. Okay, 49, yeah. Yeah, so he played the 2019-2020, and he conceded 51 goals.
Check what the next worst team is in the list that year. 51.
51, you have 63, Sassuolo.
Oh my God, Sassuolo. Is that dead?
Fiorentina, 48. Hellas Verona,
Sassuolo conceded 63 goals and finished 8th.
Yeah. Bologna, 65. But Roma, 51 goals. This is the same problem that we're going to have. Like,
wait, check. Can you check the next season? Check the next season. I think he got sacked in May or something. This is all. He's finished. He's 7th.
58 goals. 58, 10 goal difference in 38 games.
Oh my gosh.
They scored 10 goals the whole season. That's it. 58 goals conceded. That's the thing. Like, Italy is about the defense. Where in the which algorithm is telling these guys that this is a good choice?
Maybe we should stop digging into Fonseca.
We do not have a place for this kind of football at all. Yeah, 100%.
Oh. Who's ready for the derby? Maybe it might be 10-0.
Clamoroso. And how do you expect to do that kind of gegen pressing when your first line of pressure is made of Leao, the striker loves to shoot in position, what midfield? Yeah, he does not have a team to. I mean, let's see what they do this summer. I mean, we still got to see what they do this summer. But anyway, the record speaks for itself. Now, you need a really strong defensive unit in order for this to work. In order for Fonseca to be successful, he has to have a really, really strong defensive unit from the midfield to the defense. It has to be really good quality. And then that's the only way this can work for him. If not, the guy is going to be fired by December, maybe. I mean, I don't know. That's a wild prediction.
Oh my god. I just want to know what our schedule is because I want to see the first games. I want to see if we're going to get penetrated early or by November.
I mean, listen, I think we're still going to be winning games, yeah? Like, you're still going to beat the usual teams. But you're going to suffer a lot.
He's going to make me miss Pioli, huh?
I think Pioli is a better coach, yeah. Like, the data is telling me Pioli is a better coach. If we're going by algorithms and data, the data is telling me Pioli is a better coach.
Yep. I mean, Pioli, like, since Pioli was in the league, he was better. I mean, he was in the league at the same time as Fonseca was, and he was better than him, with Milan at least. So,
yeah.
Man, this is bad, man.
Well, but let's see what his defensive record was. So 41 goals the season we came second. And this season was the winning
also,
season.
what are the attacking stats as well? I want to see if they're like legitimately good.
Which ones?
Roma's.
Oh yeah, I'll go back to them. Yeah, so 31 goals the season we won the Scudetto. We only conceded 31 goals. The season finished 443 goals, and then this season here 49 goals. Okay, so now let's look at Fonseca. Fonseca, he scored 77 goals, but conceded 51. Goal difference 26.
77. It's good, but it's still worse than like all the.
It's not going to get.
Atalanta, man. 98.
If you concede 51 goals, you have to score 100, like more than 100 goals, to make it count.
Well, here we go.
But anyway, so yeah, the season after that, he didn't score as many. The team didn't score as many. The team scored 68 and conceded 58.
Jeez, man.
So that must have been a nightmare season for the team.
I think, let me see when they fired him. He announced his departure in May 2021.
Okay, that's deep into the season.
Yeah.
That's pretty much the end of the season.
Oh no, he basically like resigned. Oh, yo, because he was gonna be replaced by Mourinho. That's why.
Yeah, Mourinho came in, right. So that season he lost 12 games, tied 8, won 18.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but I don't understand. Like, listen, maybe, okay, he comes and it's amazing football. It's the best thing you'll ever see, blah, blah, blah. But, we're trying to dig here. We're really trying to understand. But just using our eyes and our memory and our objective judgment. Like, yeah, the data we are finding coincides with what we believed that he was or is. So, take it how you want.
Oh man, we are cooked.
Play the video of Fonseca talking to players in the locker room. It's super cringe. Can't stop running his nervous hands together in super beta cuck tone.
Wait,
Man,
oh my dad's in the chat. Wait, also, can you put on his can you put the league on table?
yeah.
I wonder what Lille fans think of him. Oh, we should. Edison has a good point. We should rewatch. Can we react to the prediction stream?
I mean, Layard should be here doing that. I mean, I'm just going to get shit on, so it's going to be a fun stream.
Oh, I'm looking at the stats.
I'm just going to have people throw bananas at me.
They were French. Yeah, the French league has 18 clubs, and there's less games. I mean, they're not. They're okay. Is the numbers from what I'm seeing?
Yeah. They're like 34 goals, right?
Yeah.
And compared to the other teams, it's not bad.
Let's
Right.
go. Yeah. It's fine. We have some hope.
So 34, 50. So it's 18 goal difference. It is also a team that doesn't score much, but it is a team that, in comparison to the rest, did well defensively. So now I don't know how that translates in the Serie A. I really don't know, but I do think that the levels are very different, very different.
Yeah.
And it is going to be noticeable. Like, for example, I think that if I look at this league, I mean, I'm being very honest here. I think Monaco, like the second in France right now.
Oh,
is
they would
probably-
be destroyed. I mean, I don't want to be like. I don't
I
like
think
being.
they're close to Fiorentina. I think it's we're there more or less.
Yeah, I don't want to be like a. Like, I don't like being like a Premier League, like one of those people that like disrespects. I like watching the French league, but if in terms of like the quality of the coaching and
Yeah.
of the teams, I mean, they're not.
And-
Monaco's not bad, but yeah, I mean, they.
And
look
you see it also by the results in Europe right now. I think that they would be struggled to make top 5. PSG, of course, has a different, resources. PSG is one of the top teams of the world, but everything below that. So this is why I can't really gauge what that means. 34 goals conceded. I mean, it's good in relative to the competition. It's really good numbers, A+ numbers, according to how this season went. For all the teams, conceding 34 goals gets you an A+. But he didn't win enough games to.
Yeah, they missed out on the Champions League.
Yeah.
Vitiello made this comment. Sorry, let me just see this. A lot of people criticizing The what? Yeah, the coaching decision. I'm just trying to see if I can find that post again. Basically, he was like upset. He was expressing why the fans are frustrated, especially when they have like, what's it called? Like all these available coaches, and Milan chooses Fonseca, and he was just pointing out why it was like a dumb like fans should be confused.
Let's you know what? Let's watch the masterclass again.
You want to watch that again? You like
let's
torch?
watch them.
An Ivy League or top 25 university.
Hey, Ivy League, baby.
Evolutions of my team,
Elitist.
Shakhtar
I'll be an
Donetsk and
elitist.
Roma. Let's start with Shakhtar. In Shakhtar, we play.
All right, Roy, you gotta pause it more. We can discuss actually.
3-1. Piatov like
Hold
a
on.
goalkeeper. Here normally.
Say again, sorry.
I said you gotta pause it more so we can actually like discuss it.
Yeah.
Let's start with Shakhtar. In Shakhtar, we play.
Why are you laughing?
Just something Rock said.
Oh, is Rock here?
The way he behaves. Just
2-3-1. Piatov like a goalkeeper. Here normally Darius Sernat.
Oh, actually, I do want to say something. That video we saw earlier, I don't think it was a very good analysis. The one that was the animation one.
Oh, okay.
I thought it was a little bit fluffed up because there are some things that just didn't come together. Like he was talking about it as if it was this genius thing. It was so brilliant, but it's kind of different from how he explains it here. Anyway, let's keep it
going. Central defenders Krivtsov or Dets. Here Rakitsky, like left back Ismaili. The two midfielders normally Fred and Stepanenko. Here sometimes also play Malichev or Alan Patrick. Like a wingers, Marlos on the right, Bernard on the left. Like number 10, normally Tyson, but Tyson sometimes play also in the left, and we play here many times with Kovalenko. Like a striker, normally Facundo Ferreira. So in Shakhtar, like in my teams, I want to dominate the games. I want to have the ball. So start to build up is very important for me. We gave a lot of freedom to the right back and the left back, Dario and Ismaili, and we start to build up with the three.
So first of all, I think I want to say something here. Already, this doesn't work in Italy. In Italy, you can't have both your fullbacks with freedom. Only one of them can have freedom, and that one has to be more conservative. No team in Italy that is deploying that scheme has been really successful at that. And I think this is why it didn't work for him at first, and this is why he changed it later on. Anyway.
Yo, Roy, I just saw this TikTok meme about like a hype post for Fonseca, man, and I'm dying of laughter, man.
What is it?
Yeah.
Share it.
It's him with the Halloween costume.
Share it.
It's not. I mean, it's just like, look at this. You see this?
يدور الوقت وتبين لنا الايام سر وغيب وتظهر هيئه المكتوب من رسمه وعنوانه.
Oh my god. Oh. That's our legend. That's our legend.
because the other teams normally press with the striker and the number 10. Our wingers play inside all the time, inside, and because we want to have Ismail and Dario high in the pitch, many times we want to have advantage here. If they have two players, normally Stepanenko enter between the central defenders. We have Fred and come down also our number 10. So the intention was.
Is there anything you've find out about what he said right now that would not fit our players? I found something.
Not gonna lie, I kind of was looking for more, just watching more TikToks. But you can explain. You can explain it.
Well, he talks about how. Well, again, this is how he plays at Shakhtar, but he says how his wingers go inside like this. Leao, best game is going outside. So, for example, that's something that he would have to adapt. That means that his fullback would have to come inside, which is what's happening right now.
I have a question though. Do you think that he's also the type of manager? Like, I know he's saying this that this is his Shakhtar tactics, but I feel like he's the type of guy who, like, he would probably try to make changes because
I think so too. I mean,
guy, you know?
all managers should be able to do it. Yeah. Let me see if I can go straight to the Roma stuff.
And if we play all the time in the last 40-30 meters, the position of the players and the position of the team should allow us to have a strong reaction when we lose the ball. And to play with the wingers inside allowed us in the moment when we lose the ball here.
Okay, here we go.
When I arrived in Roma, I decided to play in the same system like in Shakhtar. I started with the 4-2-3-1, also with the wingers inside. The same intentions like in Shakhtar here.
Okay, but there you go. That kind of answers the question. So he did not adapt the formation to the players. He adapted the players to his formation. So there you go. That he answers that question right there.
By the way, I also have another video, but it's done by this Italian YouTube channel about his Lille. So we could try watching that and then translating.
Yeah, we'll watch that one too. Yeah.
Okay. Look at my dad's comment.
He's good at checkers.
He's playing with these buttons, bro.
One difference: the teams in Italy press more high, so we have to find more solutions to start to build up with the high pressure. But I have to confess, I prefer when the teams press high. Is maybe more easy to try to find the space. About the formation, normally Paul Lopes. Here we start with Florenzi, Santon, like a central defenders, Mancini, Smalling, and Kolarov or Spinazzola. In the first season, it was much more Kolarov. After, normally midfielders, Cristante and Veretout, with more freedom for Veretout attack. And after here, normally Pellegrini, Zaniolo, Mkhitaryan in the Dzeko. After.
Okay, so it makes sense to ask Mkhitaryan to come inside rather than go outside. Zaniolo probably more outside than inside.
Zaniolo stopped to play because he had a injury, and I play here many times with the Kluivert or play here with the Pellegrini. In the middle of the season, I decided to change for 3-4-3 with three central defenders, two midfielders, the right back and the left back, two wingers inside, and one striker. If you see the system,
This is because he was conceding goals after goals after goals. He had to change the system.
in the offensive moment is exactly the same like when we play with the 4-2-3-1. What changed? It was in the defensive moment, and why I decided to change, because the most of the teams in Italy had all the time, like us, 5 players to attacking the defensive line, and with the
Oh
four,
my god.
we had some
Dude,
problems to
right.
control the deep movements of
Right. I
What?
was looking at TikTok to see if I could find anything. I think I just found the video that what's his name? Fahadinho was talking about with him in the locker room giving a speech, and the guy has like zero aura, man.
Oh, okay. Let's put it up. Let's hear it.
Oh, you can finish this first if you want.
All right. Okay.
the other teams. So we decided to put more one central defender, and it was more easy to control this moment. Another reason, it was because in the most of the times we have the initiative of the game, we play near to the other box. The moment when we lose the ball with the 3 central defenders, I sought to be more prepared for this moment. And in fact, after we start to play with this system, we start to suffer less goals. We had 7 victories and 1 draw. So I decided to.
He just did what politicians do. He just omitted a lot of information. You had a stretch in which you were very successful, but overall, second season, we saw the data, the numbers. They conceded 58 goals. They conceded more goals.
To play in the same system in the second season also with the 3-4-3.
Okay, yeah, that's it. Let's see the other stuff.
So, look at my dad. But listen, like, look at this. I think it finally sunk in. For my dad to be saying that, listen, no, I found. The thing is, I can't find just the video of the speech by itself, because the TikTok that I found it in is like there's a bunch of music in the background. I'm trying to find one. Oh wait, actually, I found it. I think. Wait. I'm trying to find the right one.
He has lots of katsim. We don't have.
Here it is. I don't know. I think this is an example of him motivating the team. Let's see.
All right, go ahead. Put it. Let's hear it.
I don't know what the context is of this.
I don't want to say nothing special. You were courageous. You were courageous. We are not happy because we lost. This is normal. And we can have another result. But we are inside now. We have more one game. Don't think it will be easy. No, it will be really difficult.
Ouch.
Nothing what I said before the game. I don't change nothing. We can, huh? We can. We show today we can. It will be difficult, but it will be in our home. And
okay.
How much damn pizza did they buy?
Can you stop? Okay, first of all, I want to analyze this properly. Now remember, what team is this?
This
You
is
say?
Lille.
Okay, so Lille, the project is just to develop players. Okay, so if that's the project, he's being more like a, look at them. They're all with their heads down. They lost the game, obviously. So everybody's depressed. So since he is more of a father to these guys and he has to teach them, that's probably why he's taking that approach. Now, yeah, I mean, there's not much to analyze. If it was a team that probably had more ambition, you want to hear something much tougher than that. You want to put anger and energy into the players.
He does not give any. I've never seen him angry.
Pull up if there's another video.
I mean, the top comment here says he's a good coach, but I mean, Lille have different ambitions. Which video is he talking about? What the which final?
Like, for example, if we lose a big game, he wouldn't be able to do this at with Milan. Like this approach and treating the locker room like children. This is because it's Lille and that's what they're doing there.
Well, what's the motive? Oh, the motivational one. I think I saw this one. Oh no, this is the Derby victory. What's he talking about? Is it this one? Is it this one here with the?
You deserve to have this moment, but it's just one step, guys. It's just one step. Next Friday, we'll have another big step. Congratulations to everyone. You deserve to have this moment. But
Milan are closing in on the appointment of their new manager, Paulo Fonseca. The agreement between Milan and Fonseca is verbally done. His contract valid until June 2026 for 2.5 million euros net per season as a salary. Then there is an option into his contract for one more season. In that case, the salary would be higher. But the agreement between Milan and Fonseca is ready, waiting to review all the documents, and then it will be signed. Work in progress for the Portuguese manager to leave Lille and return to Italy after his experience at Roma. Now they are working hard for a new project with AC Milan.
You work gorgeous. You work gorgeous. We are not happy because we lost.
This is crazy.
And we can have another result.
Why is he rubbing his hands like that?
I mean, honestly, this job that he's doing is pretty easy. It's not a difficult job to do what he does.
Milan are closing in on the appointment.
Oh man.
Let me
look up at the dead Zerbi.
If winning doesn't matter, guys, fucking coaching is fun. It's fun.
The Zerbi is good. I like him. Is
there a masterclass for the Zerbi?
Oh, I'm sure. Let me look it up. There's also other ones. Well, there's some of him. It's not a masterclass, but it's him explaining his tactics.
Okay, play it.
But it's like the English channel. Well, actually, no. There's this too.
Can you post it on the WhatsApp chat? Sriracha.
Is he in the WhatsApp?
Yeah.
There.
Positive cases of play.
But to command the play, because everything starts from them, and to try to enjoy, because if you want to command, to control the game, to command the play, you have to enjoy.
So when Luis or say John Paul Van Hecke is on the ball, what is happening in these midfield areas, in fullback areas, to try and create an advantage higher up the field?
I usually make a difference in build up goal kick, build up open play, and build up higher. No.
Let me quickly just put the video that I was
Yeah.
just sent,
Yeah.
just because it's apparently his interest.
Okay, let's hear it.
With this fucking energy before the game, you went a lot.
Whoa! What?
This fucking spirit. And
Piss him off. Did Paul piss him off? Paul pissed him off?
But
Who pissed him off?
I need to.
You know when dogs start barking?
Yo, let me replay.
Why are you angry? Why are you angry, boy? Why are you angry?
let me replay that 1 sec.
With this fucking energy before the game, you went like this,
bro.
With this fucking spirit, and together, guys, together, we can continue to dream time. But depend on us, should be all the time like this, guys. All the time like this, fighting together, running together. Will be difficult. Huh? Will be difficult. But with this spirit, I believe each time more, guys. Each time more. Let's continue to follow our dreams. Let's go. Let's go.
Wait. Hold on. Who is
What?
that with?
What?
Who is that with?
It's Lil.
That's with Lil?
Why is he rubbing his hands together
What?
all the time? And also, that's definitely the first time he said the F word. Like he's forcing himself to say it, you know?
Why is he speaking English? Doesn't know French.
Imagine like Pulisic, Loftus Cheek, and like all the Tamori, like the English speaking.
Oh, he's going to be coaching in English. He's not going to be coaching in Italian.
Well, at least he speaks Portuguese, English, maybe some French. I don't know.
Bruh, they're gonna just want to take away everything Italian about Milan. They're going to the locker room in English. The locker room is going to be in English. Wow.
Look at Sarah.
With this fucking energy before the game, you went like this, guys. With this fucking spirit, and together, guys, together, we can continue to dream time. But depend on us.
Also, why the hell do they have the most unhealthy foods in all of these locker room videos? Like in the last one, they had like a tower of pizza, and in this one, they have like a table of just cheeseburger. Is this guy real? What the hell?
All the time like this, guys. All the time like this. Fighting together, running together. Will be difficult. Huh? Will be difficult. But with this spirit, I believe each time more, guys. Each time more. Let's continue to follow our dreams. Let's go. Let's go.
What did they win? Did they win a game or did they win a trophy?
Well, they won no trophies this year. They're trophyless.
So was it derby or something? What was it?
Maybe. Yeah, I think so. I think it was. I think he's trying to copy like the Pep team. Have you seen the Pep ones, like where he's like jumping around, like?
No, but listen, I mean, I've seen coaches talk and how coaches talk in locker rooms. I mean, honestly, it's nothing crazy. It's just weird. It's a little bit cringe.
Yeah, it's not like he's like saying anything crazy, but it's just like funny. Like he just gives. It's like he's trying to do shit, you know.
Yeah, I don't know how much respect he will get from the players. That really is to be seen. That really is to be seen.
The way you perform?
Oh my god, like he makes you feel like you're a piece of shit. Like he's really good at that.
And they don't have money to pay the heater at home?
He fucking guilts you. He guilt trips you.
Wow. Like my team is not like that. We'll be in trouble. Sport, life is body language. How you approach life, how you approach the game. This is body language. You want to play? You want the ball? You want to move? You want to fight? You want to each other as a brother? As a brother? Down to the earth, everyone, guys. Down to the earth. Work harder. Work better. Be humble. Be ambitious. Otherwise, the kettle is ready.
Yeah, completely different approach.
I gotta say, he's pretty good at motivating. I don't know if you watched.
He's darker, yeah. He's like dark. He's fucking like demonic almost.
Wait, no. Wait, he made a speech at the Inter halftime.
Yeah, no, I mean, the way they carry themselves, yeah, completely different. Obviously, Fonseca is rubbing his hands.
Actually, I don't think I can find it. But anyways, yeah, you get what I'm saying. And here's the Zerkzee again.
Yeah, we don't need to watch that video. It's fine. I would be more curious to see what the Zerkzee sounds like in the locker room, actually. Yeah, I can see what you're saying. Fonseca looking more nervous, doesn't look as alpha, maybe.
Let me find Ancelotti. It's not going to be in English, though.
Ancelotti is known for being quite.
Did you see what Ancelotti said about Leao, actually?
Yeah, I said he'd kick his ass a little bit more.
Yeah.
So he's very talented, but he'd kick his ass a little bit more. He needs to get his ass kicked a little.
I don't think there's many. Yeah, I'll play this video. Wait.
And we change structure depending on where is the ball.
It's all good, dude. I don't care about this.
Striker, we find as a opponent, no, the distance is 10, 12 meters. The midfielder in our half of the pitch, we are usually to put in this position, and number 9, number 10, depending on the characteristic of the players.
So is the idea to get them to entice them to press to create more space here?
No, because the first thought in this position.
Oh my God, Sriracha is crazy.
To go to score, but to think if we lose the ball.
What is happening to our club?
Let's find some other stuff. I honestly, we're not going to get this out of me. Who cares, really?
Even though you're trying to create an overload here with your 6 here, it's still important what these guys are doing beyond, because you like to break through, don't you? Break the lines.
Yes,
dude.
If you have only one, we have only one player can give angle to reach. For example, if we play like this, and before the game, the ball was
okay. I got a video.
And
what is it?
Adam Lallana, for example, in the right.
I got a
side,
video.
Our right side. If there is this,
I'm just on TikTok looking for funny stuff.
Number 5 here, there isn't the
too much space to get.
Italy U17 is playing tomorrow.
The beginning, no, to put 2-1 with 2 players here. The opponent
homoerotic pure.
Decide or come here and defend man to man, and there is this space, or they stay like this, but we stay 8 against 7.
So you're setting traps. So in this instance, if they line up like this, your 9 or your 10 can possibly get on the half turn. If they engage, we've seen Jason Steele go right through and.
Yes, there is space here. If they stay like this, in this, we are 1 player more, and the play will be to find the free man.
Okay, this is in Spanish.
Un orgullo ver partido así. sentarse en el banquillo de ver partidos días es un orgullo para mí, para todos nosotros que trabajamos con vosotros. Primero, felicitar. Segundo, te dice una mentira. Voy a la final. Ya la semifinal. La final tenemos que jugar.
He's just like chill, like.
He's got a really strong command on the team. You see, as soon as he says the joke, everybody laughs. As soon as he pumps everybody up, everybody explodes. So he's got a really strong command of all the players. But he did look a little bit weird with his gestures.
I mean, he's like a boomer. You gotta give him some credit.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find these memes are kind of out of pocket.
Out of pocket for what?
Like they're just like freaking crazy.
My obsession is to play forward as a midfielder. This is what I've always loved because I like
Fabregas, yeah.
to attack and I like to have.
This is the Coach's Voice Academy.
Join the Coach's Voice community.
One of the reasons why we bring the fullback inside is
Oh
to
no.
avoid transition and to defend better in the moment that we lose the ball.
So this is the new Chelsea coach. Who was he coaching before Chelsea?
Leicester City, and he's a Pep
First of all,
Guardiola
for instance,
assistant.
In this case, as you can see, the shape is 4-3-3. And with the teams that they play 4-3-3, most of the time, when they are attacking,
They won the
they just
championship this year.
defend with 3 players. That means the 2 central defender and the older midfielder, because fullback is higher, Sometimes teams, they play with the winger inside, 2 attacking midfielder and the striker. So as you can see, you defend the transition. With 3 players.
Oh, by the way, Roy, have you seen Fonseca's
With the team
Instagram
that they are
comments?
4-3-3. For instance, with the team that they
No. Have I told
Look at this. Look at this right quick. Oh my god. Yo, guys, check this out. Look at this.
I can't see, it's so small.
Oh, I got this. Hold on. You want to read it?
Yeah, read it.
Oh no, well, this one's actually respectful, to be honest.
What is it? What are they saying? I can't see them.
Wait, is it hard to see? Why can't you see?
Because on my screen it's small. I have all this other shit going on.
Oh, it says Stai in Francia, ciuffo di merda.
Ooh,
It's
damn.
basically his first like 100 comments are like about
Rough, dude.
Zio, resta a Lille. A giocare a 3-7 che è meglio.
So these are Italian saints. Don't
They're
leave France.
Milan fans. They're spamming. Look, they're saying, no, Milan. We don't want you.
Damn.
Non ti vuole nessuno a Milan. There's more? Oh, shoot.
I mean, I think the only coach that would have satisfied the fans was going to be Conte. So this is it is what it is. What are you going
to do? In this post is like a nice like celebratory post with Lille. He's just getting shit on.
Well, that's crazy. Where was this energy for Furlani and Jerry a year ago?
With this fucking energy before the game, you enter like this, guys, with this fucking spirit, and together, guys, together, we can continue to dream time. But depend on us, should be all the time like this, guys, all the time like this, fighting together, running together. Will be difficult, huh? Will be difficult. But with this spirit, I believe each time more, guys, each time more. Let's continue to follow our dreams. Let's go. Let's go.
Bro, I don't know. So far, I don't think there's been one. Like, the more research I've done, I've only found issues with this guy. Like,
Yeah.
it's just been more concerning. I don't think I found one thing that I'm optimistic about.
Yeah, and listen, this kind of approach and attack to coaches that are with, let's say, smaller pedigrees is quite normal. Same thing happened to Pioli. Same thing happened to Giampaolo. Same thing happened to a lot of coaches. So it's nothing new. Milan fans not being satisfied with the new coach coming in is nothing new. I guess this one just has a different kind of meaning.
For 2-3-1 or 4-4-2, doesn't matter. More or less happened the same thing, that they bring both fullback higher. They attack with the winger inside, 9, 10, and the 2 fullbacks. And as you can see, they defend with 4 players. So the reason why the fullback inside, for instance, if you are in the way we try to play, that it's 3 and 2, and then we have 2 wingers, 2 attacking midfielder, and number 9. So as you can see, in this case, so we defend the transition with 5 players. So the reason why
Dude,
we try to bring the
you guys are
fullback
crazy,
inside
man.
is defensively, because in the moment that we
Oh wait,
lose
I can
ball,
do the Italian
we
video.
Yeah.
have 5 players defending the transition. Not the main reason, but one of the reasons why we bring the fullback inside is to avoid transition.
Cambio inevitabile al Milan dopo la stagione 23-24.
This is Pioli?
No, this is Fonseca.
Oh, okay.
Well, it's talk.
del Milan è rivolto in Francia verso una squadra che sta facendo bene, verso un allenatore magari utile per tornare ad alti livelli. Il nome è quello di Fonseca. Analizziamolo.
Roy, you might have to translate.
Milan alla veemente ricerca della corretta guida tecnica per invertire la rotta. Il binomio ovviamente che analizziamo oggi è quello Fonseca. Milan non è precipitare qualcuno nello sconforto più totale, lo abbiamo già visto in Italia, poca roba, e altri invece che risultano più incuriositi.
He's just given a summary about
al
him.
vertice della Liga. Le proposte interessanti ci sono, ragazzi, come sempre, attraverso dati, clip, lavagna tattica, analizziamo tutto. Ma prima di iniziare vi ricordo di iscrivervi al canale, se vi va mi raccomando attivate anche la campanella, e ci tengo inoltre a ricordarvi che sono aperte
Hisham, I
I
would take company. I've seen some videos of him being a good motivator.
lavorare come match analyst, osservatori, diamo corsi di formazione completamente suggeriti. Secondo me da
Okay, here's the
considerare, ma allo
data.
stesso tempo
This
da
guy, by the
analizzare
way, is trying to present him in a favorable light. Like he's not gonna try to like be harsh on him. So.
approfonditamente. Infatti c'è un secondo posto per tiri concessi che suggerisce una
So with Lille, they're
certa
second place
di
for
non possesso,
shots
ma
conceded.
attenzione anche a questo primo posto per tocchi concessi in area, a consolidare quanto detto
Roy, can you hear this?
precedentemente. Squadra che però si ritrova al 12°
Yeah.
posto per
Okay.
l'intensità del gioco. pressing, un tipo di pressing prettamente offensivo. Quando la squadra perde la palla, qual è la sua
They
intensità? Il
aren't
pressing
very.
alta,
They don't have a
bassa,
super
diciamo
high
quelli che si
intensity
attesta
with
a
their
metà
pressing.
classifica. Secondo posto invece per quanto riguarda il
They
possesso
possess
palla
the ball a
in
lot.
Ligue 1, dato da analizzare perché secondo me è un'arma
These are
a doppio
rankings in
taglio
Ligue 1,
questo
by the way, based on
possesso
this past year.
del Lille. Nono posto per quanto riguarda i tiri fatti, quindi offensivamente per quanto riguarda i tiri i dati non sono propriamente positivi, ed attenzione anche al sesto posto generale per quanto riguarda i gol fatti in campionato.
Sixth in goals
scored.
scored.
Che è una squadra ottima dal punto di vista difensivo, buoni posizionamenti per quanto riguarda i dati in fase di non possesso, tanta roba, qualcuno potrebbe dire, quel secondo posto in Ligue 1 per quanto riguarda il possesso palla. Vi dico in anticipo che è un dato mentiroso, come direbbe Chiellini, un dato che può far cadere qualche distratto in ambito lettura di dati e statistiche, perché c'è sì un lato positivo del possesso palla del Lille di Fonseca, ma anche un altro
Yeah,
aspetto
this
negativo
Bayern
da
hired
approfondire,
Vincent Company. There's a lot of managers going around. Tuchel is still without a job. And it looks like a lot of these. Another thing I want to say is this: notice the trend of American owners and hiring like youngish coaches that are pretty much kind of like yes men. You know, that are not super proven, and so they're willing to. They're not going to impose themselves on the club. They're not going to interfere with how the club operates. So yeah, you know, it's Fonseca makes perfect sense. He makes perfect sense. He's just one of these guys. Man, is anyone in the chat Fonseca in?
Che potrebbe far comodo al Milan, ma anche portare i rossoneri in difficoltà dal punto di vista tattico. Abbiamo già parlato dell'approccio tattico di Fonseca, lo andiamo ad approfondire. Approccio che iniziamo ad analizzare.
This is the tactical approach.
Di gioco 1-4-2-3-1 già conosciuto al Milan, difesa standard A.
4-2-3-1.
Mediana composta da 2 giocatori e pacchetto offensivo composto da 3 trequartisti più la punta centrale. Attenzione però, perché la lettura tattica ovviamente merita un approfondimento. Innanzitutto difensori centrali spesso in possesso, terzini che si alzano.
So Fonseca likes center backs that possess the ball, and he likes both fullbacks going up the field. So that's kind of what Roy was saying in the earlier video. So basically, he likes to play like Pioli, but on steroids. And we're definitely going to need to get a center back that's comfortable on the ball.
And if he does that right away, then guys, we're cooked for sure. Because if he has to go through 5 months to figure out that tactic in Italy does not work, then we're cooked. If he starts right away a little bit more conservative, then I think we're in business. But if right away he starts with 2 fullbacks going all the way up, even if we win the first few games, yeah, we're cooked. We're fucked.
He's gonna go to the derby and he's gonna get like, they're gonna he's gonna break Pioli's records.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Dal movimento a venire incontro da almeno uno dei 2 mediani centrali, per poter poi impostare una fase di inizio azione che vede coinvolti i difensori centrali e il mediano. Si gioca tanto centralmente in questa zona qui, per poi rivolgere la fase di sviluppo azione verso le zone esterne, o verso i terzini che si alzano, o verso le ali.
This has got to be like a joke.
Attenzione alla mappa di calore di Ismaili, che ci fa capire quanto è importante il movimento, l'approccio tattico dei difensori esterni, dei terzini, perché sono coinvolti a tutta fascia. Altro indizio che ci suggerisce l'importanza delle zone esterne in fase di sviluppo azione, quindi difensori centrali coinvolti, mediano o mediani, a volte anche entrambi, che si abbassano per impostare la manovra in quella zona centrale del campo, per poi sviluppare esternamente. Ora ritorniamo al concetto.
This is a good analysis.
Perché quel secondo
Yeah, this guy's pretty good. Oh, by the way, this guy, he was actually a professional scouter. You should watch his channel. He worked for Parma, but now he does his own thing on YouTube.
Yeah, everything you're saying is spot on.
ben definita, ma questo approccio porta a volte il Lille a ristagnare in quella zona, trasmissione della palla lenta, movimenti senza palla prevedibili che portano l'avversario a marcare in maniera anche rapida e veloce, e quindi palla che rimane in quella zona del campo secondo me troppo a lungo. Ovviamente la statistica del possesso si alza, ma la pericolosità e l'efficienza di questa fase del gioco secondo me rimane discutibile. Io immagino
Roy, do you
il
want to
Milan in
translate
Serie A
that?
che tocca lentamente la palla in quella zona, secondo me diventa facile preda del pressing
Pause.
della maggior parte delle squadre.
I mean, he pretty much said because of the possession base, but based on the heat zones of the players and where the possession takes place, a lot of it is just neutral possession, and sometimes, but this is his opinion, and sometimes in his opinion it just kind of becomes sterile possession that doesn't really do much. That's what he's but that's his opinion, though. That's his opinion. But that is also based on the data.
Yep. There we go.
Italiane, quindi attenzione, l'impostazione è ben definita, sicuramente con giocatori di livello può aumentare l'efficienza di questa fase di gioco, la fase di inizio azione, ma attenzione perché bisogna considerare il fatto che a volte il Milan può diventare ristagnante proprio mentre cerca di impostare. Attenzione però, non è ovviamente una fase completamente da buttare, vi faccio vedere qualche clip per avere le idee più chiare. Ecco infatti questo terzetto, difensori centrali e mediano che scambiano spesso la palla nella zona centrale del campo per poi sviluppare andando a cercare gli esterni. Anche qui
So these neutral zones.
classico per
Stop a
impostare,
second.
palla esterna per poter sviluppare sulle.
So you see, these are the neutral zones he's talking about, where these are the non-dangerous zones, and a lot of the time the ball kind of stays there. That's what he's saying.
That to me is exactly what my issue with Pioli is, because with Pioli we possess the ball, but we keep it. We never know how to break through the lines, which is my biggest issue with Pioli was that I felt like our possession was really sterile at times.
Fasce, quindi un approccio ben definito che, attenzione, se svolto in maniera corale e perfettamente coordinata può portare anche a qualche frutto, ma è durante la fase di finalizzazione che secondo me le cose si fanno più interessanti. Abbiamo visto non domina in Ligue 1 per quanto riguarda i dati offensivi, tiri e gol, ma secondo me qui c'è un'impostazione di gruppo molto interessante che al Milan potrebbe far comodo. Spostandoci quindi in avanti vediamo come le zone esterne tendono ad essere popolate. Occhio alle zone anche centrali che vedono i terzini protagonisti con le loro sovrapposizioni interne. Infatti almeno uno per volta tende a posizionarsi in quella zona e ovviamente area avversaria che viene popolata dalla esterno opposto e dal trequartista che sicuramente partecipa. Tutto ciò spinge il Lille di Fonseca e probabilmente anche il suo eventuale Milan ad avere
Is there anything enticing about this?
fase di finalizzazione. Fondamentale in questa fase l'apporto della punta centrale che a Lille risponde al nome di Jonathan David, giocatore che dà profondità in maniera efficiente, che attraverso la heatmap guardiamo quanto è utile nell'andare ad occupare la zona della tre quarti. Quindi un eventuale Milan di Fonseca secondo me durante la fase di finalizzazione deve avere un punto di riferimento in avanti che possa dare, come dicevamo, profondità, che possa aiutare la squadra, perché una squadra impostata allo stesso modo del Lille, ripeto, vede diversi giocatori in avanti, a volte 4, a volte 5, anche in linea più o meno scaglionata offensiva, quindi terzini che si sovrappongono, trequartista che balla tra profondità e ampiezza, punta centrale che va in avanti, esterno opposto, tanta gente lì davanti che vediamo anche in questo caso attraverso gli esempi. Ecco infatti un attacco portato da 4 giocatori, trequartista che qui serve la punta centrale, c'era anche il terzino che si era sovrapposto internamente, fondamentale la profondità data da Jonathan David, come in questo caso ragazzi, a dimostrazione che il Milan, guidato eventualmente da Fonseca, deve secondo me puntare lì davanti su questo profilo di attaccante. Parliamo ora dei profili che secondo me sono adatti per fare esprimere al meglio.
All right, so one thing about this analysis, though, I think it is based on opinion. So, for example, he spoke about how in Lille's system, the reference point is Jonathan Davis, and it's in particular Jonathan Davis going forward, creating depth, and also being accompanied by the wingers and the fullbacks, and they overlap each other. So a lot of players in the high positions, but there's a fulcrum point, which is Jonathan Davis. And he is talking about how Jonathan Davis is a player that likes to move forward.
Yeah.
So this is an opinion, and he's saying that Milan should probably go and look for a player like that. But in my opinion, Milan should get Zirkzee, and Zirkzee is going to come backwards, though, and he's going to build a little bit deeper backwards, and then forward Leao can go forward, or whoever can.
But I think Zirkzee can be a fulcrum as well. Like you said, like
yeah, but just a different concept. He would be the fulcrum, but a different concept. Jonathan Davis goes forward towards the goal, while Zirkzee comes towards you and collects the ball, and then you go towards the goal.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's his opinion. Whatever.
Yeah.
Di Fonseca, attenzione, lo dico sempre, qui parliamo di caratteristiche, la questione budget la lasciamo un po' da parte, ma secondo me gli innesti da andare ad inserire sono i seguenti. I profili adatti, infatti, ragazzi, secondo me devono inserirsi nello stesso sistema di gioco di Fonseca e del Milan, a partire da un DC come Innasio dello Sporting Lisbona, capace di impostare. Ci vuole capacità tecnica lì indietro. Per quanto riguarda la zona del centrocampo, un profilo come quello di Palacios, mobile a venire incontro, ad andare più avanti, bravo tecnicamente, sarebbe praticamente perfetto. Sulla tre quarti, Koop Meiners lo conosciamo, abile a ballare sulla linea della tre quarti, tecnicamente sa il fatto suo, sa va Sandir, ma come punta centrale, lo abbiamo già nominato, nulla di nuovo, un profilo come Jonathan David potrebbe essere praticamente perfetto. Ha dimostrato di sposare alla grandissima le idee offensive di Fonseca per caratteristiche, ripeto, attenzione, non per budget. Questi sono secondo me gli innesti da portare eventualmente a Milano, ad un Milan guidato da Fonseca, che ha punti deboli come sto possesso ristagnante in fase di inizio azione. Difensivamente compattezza ne ha, dal punto di vista statistico ne abbiamo parlato, offensivamente ci sono delle idee da poter riproporre, quindi ragazzi staremo qui ovviamente attenti, pronti ad analizzare eventuali idee portate a Milano. Ma come dico sempre, questa è solo e soltanto la mia opinione. Sono curioso di conoscere come sempre quelle che sono le vostre letture, gli innesti che voi portereste a Milano, le chiavi tattiche da proporre. Vi aspetto qui in basso nei commenti. È stato un piacere enorme passare.
Well, here we go.
Okay, so look, this it was a really good analysis. This guy really knows what he's talking about, but it is an opinion piece. I don't agree with him. I think the players he mentioned are okay, but I think that we can get better players, and I think the system can be changed and a little bit. Like you put Zirkzee there, you have to change the system a little bit, but Zirkzee is a much better player than Jonathan David. So Zirkzee would give you more quality, and the team would win more games with Zirkzee. So that's just a disagreement I have with him. What do you think?
Yeah, I think like the goal of these videos is for him to like sort of like he's not a Milan fan, so he's just tries to be like he makes the video to appeal to Milan fans, so he tries to be somewhat optimistic. So I'm sure if you ask him like who's better, Fonseca or any of the other managers, he'd probably have it like he wouldn't be able to like just say that in the video like what his true opinion is. But I think like he was exploring the way that Lille was playing. The problem is my biggest concern is how much of this. First of all, I was concerned at the build-up because the dead possession is really worrying. I was also concerned about how much of this is the individual players that he has, and will the management be able to buy the right players to play like that, or will Fonseca be able to adapt like the yes man that he is in the right way to the players that we have. So I'm just worried that he's going to be able to, whether or not he'll be able to piece it all together. But yeah, I mean, like his ideas are there for sure, but I don't know. It's just he's like never been able to pass a big test. He's never been able to show that he's like into a new tier of manager. He's a guy who has I think he's able to instill some of his philosophy into teams, but he doesn't really get the results to like say that to put him into that conversation. And I just think that Milan is too big of a club for him right now.
Yeah.
Then again, though, we've had managers that have just come in and like in our history that with a lot of doubts, and they've been able to do some amazing things. But we're speaking now about 2024 with this, so we have to be realistic.
Well, yeah. So one of the things he's going to be evaluated on, because it's one of the things he talks about, pretty strong bullet point on his resume, is this idea of developing youngsters. And what that really means from a business perspective is developing the value of youngsters. Now, there's only one way to do that in a club like Milan, and that is either challenging for a trophy or winning a trophy. Because in Milan, if you don't win trophies and you don't achieve objectives, the value of the players don't go up. They stay either the way they are or they go down. So is he going to be able to do that? And with who is he going to be? Like Musa, is he going to be able to make Musa into a $60 million player? Is he going to be able to make Reindeers into a 60 million? Is he going to be able to make Jovic or whoever comes with him, from 20 million to 60 million? But in order to do that, you see, you can do that in Atalanta and not win anything. Forget that they won trophies this year. You can still do that in Atalanta and not win. But at Milan, you have to win in order to do that. So it really comes to, again, I ask myself, is this guy the right man for the job? Right now, my data, my algorithm says no. But things can be different, can change.
What is your algorithm? Is it based on data? Is it based on Skynet or?
It's a Skynet R2000 system, the top of the line, platinum, and
Bro, I actually have an interesting question for you. This is kind of putting you on the spot, but let's say that Jerry decided to make you the sporting director, and he said, "I'll give you with the here's 100 million. Here, do the mercato." What would you do? How would you? And also, you could appoint a coach as well. That's realistic. What would you do?
I would appoint a coach of the ones that are available right now, or
sure,
or
all
any
the ones
coach,
or
any
okay,
coach.
And you can do any of the realistic coaches
that are available right now.
Sure, but also assume that Thiago Motta and the coaches. I would even say maybe Conte are off the table.
Oh, okay. So Conte's off the table. So who's on the table then?
I mean, you could say maybe that Conte. I don't know because it's not done with.
Well,
Conte.
okay. So who is on the table? De Zerbi is still on the table.
Sarri's on the table. Tuchel's on the table. Just any name that isn't with a team right now.
Italiano, I think, is going to be on the table.
Sure. Well, he hasn't left them, but yeah.
Fonseca, Conceição, I guess, is out for now.
No, he's on the table.
Van Bommel.
Yeah, Conceição's on the table.
Conceição is on the table, okay.
Because he's in a club and he's leaving.
I said Sarri, right?
Yeah.
Sarri, yeah. Okay, I think I would go with Sarri. And I would sell Leao.
Oh my gosh.
And Theo.
Oh my gosh, yo.
And bring in Mbappé. And I would get
Spinazzola.
I would get okay. I'll bring in Spinazzola to replace it. I mean, Spinazzola. But I'd try and get Zirkzee, so Mbappé, Zirkzee. And if I can try for Scamacca, I would try and get Scamacca.
Oof, that's crazy.
So I would those would be my three players. I'd go from Mbappé. I would sell Theo and Leao to try and get Mbappé, Zirkzee, and Skamark.
What if Mbappe, like, if he went to Real Madrid, would you try to get like Kvaratskhelia or someone like to put on? Who would you try to get and put on the left if it's not Mbappe for Leao?
Okay, so as far as Leao and Kvaratskhelia, I think it's similar, very similar. I think in the long run, Kvaratskhelia, to me, seems like he's going to be better. I think Kvaratskhelia is more mature than Leao, and I think because he is the leader of his national team, Leao is not. I don't know if Leao will ever become the leader of his national team, but Kvaratskhelia is. I think in the long run that will make him more valuable as a footballer. Right now, I think they're pretty similar, same level. So if I have Leao, I don't need Kvaratskhelia essentially.
No. What I'm saying is, if you sold, you said you sold Leao, right?
Yeah.
Like I'm saying, if you can't get Mbappe, would you try to buy Kvaratskhelia to replace Leao?
Oh, okay. All right.
Or would you just keep Leao at that point?
Yeah, I would keep Leao.
Okay.
I would just keep Leao.
What about for like the midfield? Any names?
Midfield, I'll definitely get Kazadeh because he's obviously looks like all the roads are leading to the fact that he's going.
Also, by the way, Maresca, I think wasn't Kazadeh at Leicester City on loan?
Maybe so, yeah, maybe.
So I think, and then Chelsea called him back. So I think Maresca was his coach at Leicester City.
It's possible, yeah. But in the midfield, I'll definitely get Kazadeh because this kid, obviously, from what we saw in the youth national teams, what we saw in the Primavera, he is obviously 100% going to be one of Italy's best midfielders. Maybe the best midfielder. This guy he won the MVP at the U20, right? That's something that big players win, like Pogba, Aguero, Messi. So he won that trophy too. And he's at an age where, he's still going through that pipeline. So I'd get him now because this is a kind of player that in 3 or 4 years you really want on your team. But you get him now and you develop him now. But if I want to need ready players, Amrabat would be my first choice of ready players. So Amrabat would be my first choice.
That's good.
Yeah.
Would you get a right back?
I mean, I don't think I need to. No, I wouldn't need. Why? I mean, Calabria and someone else, yeah, but I don't need to sell Calabria. I think with Calabria you can play fine.
Do you think Florenzi is going to stay another year?
No, I mean, yeah, probably another year, but I don't know who are the right backs. Kayode, if you can get Calabria and Kayode, that would be a great.
Imagine Kazadeh, Kayode, like Scalvini, like get these young.
Yes, you get these young players now. These guys in 3 years are beasts. These guys are dominating because they're playing for the national team. They're playing for the Italians. They're playing for the country, etc. You get these groups, and these are the next players that are going to be representing the national team. So you're going to start to develop this really strong core, and these are the players that will sacrifice the most for the team. They won't get they won't get the highlight reels. They won't get the headlines, but they're the ones that will sacrifice themselves for the most. So having that core there, you can build it really early. That's clever. That's really clever way of building a team. I mean,
yep. Yeah, I like it. Oh man. But don't worry.
Okay, well, but more or less it'll be that. And let's.
Jerry, are you listening? Jerry, are you listening?
So listen. I would sell Theo Leao, and even if I have to do the rest, I would even sell Magnan. But Magnan would be the one I keep out of those two, because Magnan in a healthy defense is our best player, in my opinion. Okay, if the defense is healthy, Magnan is the most important player because he's got personality like nobody else.
Oh, also, why Sarri?
Because Sarri plays offensive football, but he's also quite solid defensively. Like he does both. But the thing is, like, I think if Thiago Motta was available, I would have gone for Thiago Motta. I would have gone for Thiago Motta in the end. If Conte
Yeah.
was available, that would be the first one I'd pick.
Wait, would you say Conte over Thiago Motta for you?
No, I'd put Conte first.
That's what I said. So Conte's above Thiago Motta for you.
Yeah,
Why? I don't understand that.
because of goals. Because I know with Conte, you're not going to concede many goals.
Yeah, but then the football is boring. It's less exciting.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter. Right now, that doesn't matter. Like, you want exciting football, you got to get Mbappé, you got to get Zirkzee, you got to get Scamacca, you got to get whoever the next Modric is, get the next Modric. Whoever the next Teo Hernandez is, get that guy. Whoever the next Pogba is, get that guy, you know. At a certain point, you have to think about playing good football, but still solid.
Yeah. That's why I like Motta, because they are pretty solid as well.
Yeah, no, and that is definitely true, because in this last season, his goal, he didn't concede many goals. He did really well. Would you keep Pulisic? Yes, I would keep Pulisic, yeah. I mean, the thing, I wouldn't sell Pulisic because I wouldn't be able to make money with Pulisic. But Leao and Theo, you can make like over 200 million. Like, if you sell Leao for 175 million and Theo for 100 million, that's 275 million plus another 100 million that you already have, maybe another 150 million. You can go in the market with almost 400 million. With 400 million, you can get big players: Mbappé, Zerkze, Sesko or Scamacca or whatever, Amrabat, and Scalvini.
That's amazing.
Okay, what would you do?
I didn't even think about that. The head coach is tough. I don't know, man, because I'd probably Tuchel. I don't know how realistic that is, but I would give Tuchel a chance. If not Tuchel, then probably Conceição. The thing is, out of the remaining Italian coaches that are left, I don't know if I'm too into it like them. Like, I don't like Italiano. I don't really. I mean, Sarri's fine, but at Lazio, I didn't like the way they were playing. It was too slow. I know he played good at Chelsea. I'm not opposed to Sarri. I think Sarri would be better than a lot of other names. I would probably go for Tuchel or Conceição, and then the 100 million. I probably wouldn't sell anybody. I would probably just try to get Zirkzee. I mean, Scamacca, I don't think our budget would be enough for Scamacca, so I would try to get Zirkzee. The CDM is really hard because I like Amrabat, but I don't think United want to sell him, and it's going to be hard to convince him to come to us. So I'd probably get, I don't know, Fofana is interesting, but I don't know if he's really that like good enough for the future to be like, like that, have that much quality. And I don't know if he'll be a starter for the national team. I'm trying to think of Italian players. Maybe Endor, maybe for like not too much money, try to get some really young players and hope that they turn out good. I would probably, Scalvini is another with Atalanta. It's too expensive, I think, with my budget. So maybe I would go for Buongiorno. And for the right back, I'd probably try to sign a right back because Florenzi's getting older. I would sign Coyote to develop him with Calabria. And I think that's, yeah. And then if I could sign another striker for cheap or for not too much money, like Girassi for 17.5, I wouldn't mind that. And I try to get some like cheaper Italian young players. Like, yeah, I'm trying to think of some. I like Pafundi a lot. You can get him just to try and develop them.
Oh yeah, that's a good shout out for sure.
But yeah, I just don't know if I would want to sell anybody because I just don't know if replacing them. Like I'm really scared to replace them players that are familiar with the team and that we know that are solid. I would honestly, I'm kind of the opposite of you, where I think I would, if I had to sell one of those three, I'd probably sell Manyan just because I think you could find a good goal, decent goalkeeper, not as good in the build up maybe, but a good goalkeeper, and then you could probably make a little bit of money with Manyan as well. So yeah.
Okay, so let me ask you directly then: would you sell Theo Hernandez and Leao if you knew you can get Mbappé?
Oh yeah, I would do it right now.
All right, so why not do it?
Just because I think with Mbappé deep down, I'm thinking like in terms of what's realistic, I think he's already agreed with Real Madrid, and at this point, like
Okay,
I
but
mean,
we're kind of doing, we're kind of using our imagination here. I mean, if you can hijack that deal by selling Theo Leao, then you have the funds. Yeah, like you want to do that operation. That's the biggest operation in football.
sure, I guess I'm not gonna do that just because, again, I don't think it would happen, and I think at this point he's basically already locked in to a club. I don't know. I'm just gonna say like making that assumption, and because I think it would be hard for me to say no to Mbappe. The only thing is then I guess you just promote all Primavera players and then you buy like a few others. I don't know if we can get him and Scamacca.
No, but listen. How much do you think you're gonna need with Mbappe? He's free.
He's free, but it's like how much he gets paid, like 100+ million a year, right? Or not a year, but like
No,
50 million a year or something like that.
No way.
It's some crazy number. Like
I think it's 30 something, but you will have with Leao that's 175, Theo that's 100, plus another 150. That's close to 400 million, or that is more than 400 million, right?
400 is Theo.
Yeah.
Do you think Theo is really 100?
If Bayern wants to buy Theo for 100, and then let's say they get Leao for 175, and that's already 275 plus 150. So we're going, over the 400 here. So with that kind of money, you can get Mbappé and you can get other badass players because you're going to have almost 200 million, 250 million to work with.
Yeah. Also, what are your thoughts on the manager? So you said Sarri. I'm trying to think like.
I think ideally, if in an ideal scenario, based on what I've seen, I would give Thiago Motta a shot because I think there is something there with Thiago Motta that's very interesting. Conte will just be a safer bet.
So you think you're confident that Conte would work out with like Mbappe and like with all these with all the players like?
Say what?
So you feel really confident that Conte would work like with Mbappe and they would all work out like?
Yeah, Sarri or Conte, definitely. Of course. I mean, Conte is going to treat these players like fucking princes, Like Conte's going to treat these players really nicely. He'll motivate them. He'll keep them in check, but he knows how to make players feel important. He knows how to make players feel like superstars. He knows how to do that.
Yeah. I guess no. You guys really like Conte, man. Like, I don't know. I just don't like. I don't know. I guess maybe I'm being too harsh, but with Tottenham, he was really bad. Like with Inter,
he was phenomenal with Inter.
It was good, but I guess
he was phenomenal with Inter. He wasn't good. He was phenomenal.
The football wasn't as bad as I guess he gets credit for because they had really good counterattacks at the same but they also had a super team though. Like I don't know if you can replicate. It was a perfect team for him, like Hakimi, Lukaku, like I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, of course, you have to have a strong team. That was a very strong team, for sure. Like he had a really strong team, and he thought that team was going to get stronger and stronger. But then COVID came, and that kind of fucked them up. So, what he did with Juventus was absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah.
Now, people don't like his antics because he likes to instigate a lot. He likes to provoke. He likes to poke the bear, and he's very good at that. So people don't like him. Kind of like Antonio's dad doesn't like him. But
He doesn't like his football. Like his.
but when it comes to his football, like he can really put together teams that are juggernauts, absolute juggernauts, which is incredible. Now, Thiago Motta, I like what I saw from Thiago Motta a lot. Yeah, so I wouldn't mind giving him an opportunity as well.
I like what he's done. I like the way the team plays. I like the mobility, and the only thing is like, I mean, yeah, he's been pretty flexible in the players that he's had and with the funding of clubs. I just wonder like what he's going to do at Juventus. It looks like they're already targeting a lot of his players. So
yeah, if Juventus gets Calafiori and Zirkzee, first of all, I feel really bad for Bologna because those are two key players, and I don't know how they're going to replace those players. But if Juventus gets those two players, Calafiori and Zirkzee, I think game over as far as Milan's chances against Juve. Game over.
But why would they get Zirkzee if they have Dusan?
Yeah, so someone might go. Right. Someone might go. Maybe it could be Chiesa.
Wow, imagine if we got Chiesa. Oh my god.
That'd be great. That'd be great.
But then where would he play? That's the thing. Oh, we would sell Leao. We can put Pulisic on the left or whatever. Or put him on the right, whatever.
I mean, you don't need to sell Leao to get Chiesa.
But then where would you? Oh, you could play with Pulisic as a number 10, but then you would need some.
Bruh, Pulisic can sit on the fucking bench, dude. You put Leao on the left,
yeah.
You put Chiesa on the right, and then you put a striker up top. Pulisic can fucking watch the games from the bench.
Jack off in the stands.
And then Pulisic, he can come in and be a good sub, and then also be a number 10.
He's gonna be pissed though.
Yeah,
like,
okay.
He's like, I had a good season.
I mean, he has to. They gotta fight it out, you know. Pulisic could even take Leao's spot, or it would have to fight it out against Chiesa. Or you play 4-2-3-1 with Pulisic, Chiesa, Leao, and there like a Zirkzee, I think. But you need two strong pivots.
Why do I have the feeling that Fonseca is going to shit himself at his first Milan training? He's going to be like, "Oh shit, there's some good players. Now I have to actually do something." This is such a recipe for disaster.
I mean, I don't know. Listen, I don't know. I'm not going to say it's going to be a disastrous season. I'm not going to say that. But
dang, okay.
But I'm not being optimist either. It's just that I've come to learn that you don't really know until the end of the market, really.
Okay, so yeah, you said earlier that as of like now, the super early prediction, you'd be fine putting them third. But even with Fonseca, though, like with all of the
third or fourth,
with everything that we watched, you're still like you're not like super pessimistic about him.
Well, third or fourth is pretty bad.
I could be worse.
The issue here is that, listen, no matter what, Milan is going to be stronger than 20 to 10, maybe 20 to 10. So half the Serie A, Milan is 100% stronger, maybe a little bit more. And then from 10 to 7, we are a little bit stronger, but we can lose those games. And then from 7 onwards, we're kind of there. We have a few things here, a little bit more things than other teams, especially offensively. So, in all, I think from the way I see it now, with Fonseca and this new team, 3 or 4 is fair based on what I've seen. But what can change it is what if Roma picks up? What if Lazio picks up? What if Atalanta takes a step further after them winning the Europa
Yeah,
Cup?
exactly. Yeah.
So that is a big thing to consider. Napoli with Conte is going to be very interesting. Juventus with Thiago Motta is going to be extremely interesting. And Inter, from what we're reading right now, the only thing with Inter is Lautaro. Lautaro is a difficult situation because he is asking for a big raise. So we have to see if Inter is going to be able to match that, or if they're going to be able to negotiate something. But as far as Inter goes, they don't need to sell anybody. They're a pretty good situation. If the sales they need to make don't need to be drastic. So they're just going to recoup the money that they have to recoup, which is around 30 million. And they're going to do that with players they sent out on loan or youngsters. But then it's carte blanche. They can spend money and buy players and do a market, et cetera, et cetera. So Inter is going to keep on being strong, maybe even stronger.
Yeah.
Now, the thing that when we make predictions that is difficult to predict is when teams completely collapse. So it could be that Juventus actually collapses. Napoli,
that would be insane.
Yeah, Napoli collapses.
Imagine if Thiago Motta just like turns out to be a fraud.
Yeah, that can happen for sure, right? There is that world exists, that universe exists, that somewhere. So then who else? Whatever. So that can happen, that can favor us.
Wait, Lautaro. Sorry, well, how much is Lautaro asking for?
I think it's around 10 to 12 million. I'm not sure if that's net. I think that is gross.
It's actually really refreshing to hear that Inter has some sort of difficulty, like with renewals, because I feel like I don't really think Inter's had any trouble keeping their player. I mean, okay, Lukaku was like a little bit weird, but besides that, like it wasn't,
Yeah, and this is that thin line that separates Manchester City, Real Madrid to Inter. It's this thin line right here. Once a player starts to go above these numbers, Inter here needs to start to retreat. And that's the difference between the Man Cities, the PSGs, and these really rich clubs, that they can accommodate these kind of salaries pretty easily. So, yeah, this is the limits of Inter. So let's see.
I could see like a club in England trying to get Lautaro, like Arsenal, because the Arsenal is looking for a striker. They've been looking for one for a while.
Yeah. Now, the other thing that I read is that Inter can also just kind of reorganize the team and just reshuffle a little bit of the wage structure, because the wage structure is not going to change. That's what I read today, that the wage structure is not going to change. So it's going to still be around 120 million a season. Guys, we are 80-something million. We are 80-something million, guys. Inter is at 120 million.
Also, by the way, where the hell is this new stadium? Like, does anyone understand what's going on? But what is going on with that process?
Okay, last thing I read is that the stadium they're going to start building the stadium May 2025.
I heard that as well, but like, is that confirmed? Because I kept seeing news, and it was like, oh yeah, like there's this protest. Oh, we got through the protest. Oh, there's what is it official now? Are they going to actually start? I'm not going to believe it until I see construction.
I don't know. That's what the news reported. Whether it's true or not, I guess we'll find out. I don't know. I mean, I'm assuming that it is official.
I don't want to share that stadium with freaking Inter, so it better be our own.
Yeah. We finish in ninth. So let's talk about the possibility of us failing miserably. Now, listen, objectively speaking, when I look at the other rosters and I look at our roster, we shouldn't be failing. Okay, we shouldn't be finishing ninth. but there is that chance of happening because I've seen it happen with Milan with better rosters where we finished 11th, where we finished 6, 7, etc., etc. But for that, in order for that to happen, that means that not only we are losing against the big teams, but we're losing against the small teams too. And if we're losing against the small teams also continuously, that means that the coach is out. So if we finish 9th,
yeah, I'm just thinking about the possibility, Roy, of of us sacking him, and then we replace. Then we might be in a Napoli situation, you know.
yeah, exactly.
What if we hire Pioli?
Yeah, Pioli is available. We should hire Pioli. He's actually available. He's a good candidate.
Yeah.
Yeah. But let's see.
Low key though, I would hire Pioli if that happened. But just for the end of the season, I would be like, all right, if he's available, we'll pay you a good amount of money just to finish out the season and just help save us.
Yeah, that'd be such a concession by the management. That'd be crazy.
Yeah, but if it's risking European football, I would do that, you know?
Yeah. Imagine Fonseca sacked before Christmas. Then Bommel comes in during January.
By the way, Van Bommel, I didn't really know anything about him, but I remember that he beat Barcelona in the Champions League this year. I'm not saying that he's ready for Milan or anything, but he's done decent work.
Look, this is just my gut feeling, and I could be completely wrong about this, so forgive me. But if I were to go for one of these foreign coaches that don't have a big resume, I would have gone for Van Bommel because his personality was very strong when he played with us. He was a general in that midfield, and he was very good at commanding the team. The way he spoke and communicated to the team, everybody was listening to him. And the thing is that he didn't need to come to Italy. He did it right away. He adapted right away. So that says a lot about him and his personality. I would have given him a shot, but that's just an opinion.
I don't really know him well, but I don't want to judge him. Again, he doesn't have much experience at a top level. Actually, let me see. He was in the Belgian league, right? Jupiler Pro League. I don't think they. Yeah, Club Bruges won. Yeah, he's coaching Royal Antwerp. He's 47. Yeah, no, I mean, he's interesting. Roy Dino.
All right, so let's see what this guy says.
This is against Barcelona.
This is not going to tell us anything.
Yeah, these videos are just highlights.
This is not going to tell us anything. No, this is pointless. I don't even want to watch this. I'll just give us bad information.
This is just yeah, I saw it's just showing you passages of play. Roy, where do you think Milan would finish in England?
Probably 3rd or 4th.
Interesting. Like this Milan as well, or this past
season? Yeah.
I think 3rd would be who's 3rd? I know Aston Villa is 4th.
Aston Villa 4th, dude, what a joke. I mean, Bologna 4th is a bigger joke, so whatever.
Aston Villa's won 2 Champions Leagues or 2 European Cups, but a long time ago. But and they're coached by Unai Emery. But who's 3rd in England? It's Man City, Arsenal, Liverpool. Ah, that's who it is.
This is really good. This is really good stuff. Great
Oh,
drill.
this is training?
Yeah. It's a connecting defense to attack, defense
Oh,
between the
apparently
lines.
Joel says Van Bommel won last season, the Belgian league. Well, at least that's something.
Yeah, I think Van Bommel has the personality. He has the temperament to be a world class coach. But I've had this opinion about other players too, and it didn't turn out to be that way. So I'm cautious when I say that.
Gattuso.
Yeah, like Gattuso, for example, was one. Van Bommel could be similar. Could be similar to that. I don't know. We'll see what his career says.
I don't know. I feel so bad. I really feel like I'm gonna apologize to Fonseca and his family just because we've been slandering him a lot. Like I feel bad. I don't want to offend him, but like the guy just like has no aura, man. Like I'm just concerned. I mean, like it's nice that he gives his team like fast food. He's like like a nice guy, but like he doesn't really. I don't know. I just don't see that personality.
Yeah. Listen, I've said it right now. With the information we have, it's difficult to say that. Hey, yeah, great guys, Fonseca is going to come in and we're going to be the best. Like that. You can't say that unless you want to just be a cheerleader and just go, yeah, let's go Milan, yay, blah blah blah. If that's your vibe, if that's what you want to do, by all means. But here, like I think the value of really analyzing things and understand them more in depth is just more interesting. And there's nothing that says that he can be good.
I think everyone who does that isn't watching this anymore. They could have been banned, or do we have to debate Zion trade?
Yeah.
I wonder how he's doing.
At least Fonseca is Portuguese will help with Leao. Yeah, and also maybe some more Portuguese players can come in with Fonseca. Portugal does have good players.
Thiago Santos.
Is this that right back?
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
he does seem like a Fonseca player. Like I don't know how good defensively he is, but he goes up the field a lot.
Yeah, I mean, look, at the end of the day, like Portugal is a pretty one of the big footballing countries, so there is competent. I mean, look at Mourinho. It's just the thing is that whatever happens, in order for it to be positive, it has to be a surprise. It has to be something that we've never seen before. Because he has been coaching for a while now, and he has left a paper print, a paper trail of what he has done. Right now, we have to judge him this way. There's no other way to judge him.
I feel like if someone had told me that Fonseca would be the next manager, a while ago, like before I did all this research into him, all I remembered of him was that he was like a Roma, like he not maybe not a failure, but he was like just some like average guy that Roma got rid of, Like he hasn't really done anything since then. I mean, he's just been in France, like
yeah.
It's just so shocking.
Would you take Andre Silva back? Yeah, why not? I don't know. How's he doing? Is he doing well?
He had a good season a while ago, but where is he now? Like I think he got kind of like he fell off a bit, right?
I'm not sure. I know that Andre Silva recently had some good words about Maldini.
He did?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Who cares if he's Portuguese? Leo has been in 4 years. He knows Italian. Thiago Santos does look like a good player, but we already tried playing with an attacking right back, Dest, and that went horribly. So, system, yes. Going back to that, he wants to have 2 fullbacks go all the way up. Yeah, okay, sure. Like that, I know already. I know I can fucking bet a house on that. Like that shit is not gonna work. Not
What
a
is?
chance. If he wants to have Theo Hernandez on the right and Theo Hernandez on the left, so to speak.
Who?
you know?
Thiago Santos, you're saying?
No. Fonseca. If he wants to have Thiago, if he wants to play with a Hernandez type of player on the left and a Hernandez type of player on the right, we're gonna get cooked like hell.
Yeah, exactly.
Andrew Silva is rotting on the bench in the Basque country. Cutrone is going to be back in Serie A. Cutrone won the MVP of Serie B. Did you see that?
Yeah, for Como.
Yeah. He was very disappointing with the national team, Cutrone, with the U21s. Very disappointing. I liked what he was doing at Milan because he played with a lot of heart. Like, man, he played with a lot of heart. Like, it was all heart with Cutrone. He wasn't maybe the most technical
Didn't
player.
he score
but,
like almost 20
that
goals?
guy played all for the badge.
Didn't he
One
score
thing that
almost
I remember
20 goals?
Gattuso said is that Cutrone was not handling well the times he would have to sit on the bench, and that was causing problems in the locker room, and that's why they decided to sell him. So
Can you hear me?
there's something there that he needs to fix personally. He needs to accept when he has to be on the bench. But when Cutrone emerged at Milan, like he was scoring some big goals against Inter, big games.
Can you hear me, Roy?
How did you feel about our boy Niang valuable goal?
Yo, can you hear
yeah,
me?
that was awesome. That was awesome.
Your mic.
That was really awesome.
Can you guys in the chat hear me?
That was really cool. People are saying that game was rigged. I didn't see it, but apparently they're saying that game was rigged. So I didn't see it. Did you see this Empoli Roma game, Antonio?
Can you hear me? It's my audio. It's
Yeah.
Roy's
Oh,
audio.
okay. I'm back. I can
you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, what the heck?
Oh, my bad. Okay. So, oh yeah, did you see the Empoli Roma game?
Yeah, that was crazy.
Like people on the interwebs are saying that it was rigged and blah blah blah.
I feel so bad for Frosinone. They missed a bunch of chances against Udinese too. Did you see Frosinone?
No, I didn't see those games. I just followed the results. I don't really know what happened. I'm just people are.
Oh, you gotta watch them. It's crazy.
Yeah, people are saying that it's rigged and everything is controlled, etc., etc.
Yeah, I can tell you what happened. Do you know what happened or?
Yeah, I mean, Young scored at the last minutes for Empoli, and that took Frosinone out, right?
Yeah, but and Frosinone lost to Udinese, and they were like the team that was first place at the beginning of the day. So.
Yeah. Yeah, whatever. I don't care if it was rigged or not. I'm just saying that's what they're saying. I honestly don't really care. Gattuso was amazing. But yeah. So what to look forward to tomorrow? Italy plays England, U17. Tough
What
game.
time is that?
10:30.
Your time?
Mm-hmm.
In the morning?
Yeah.
All right, so 11:30, 12:30, 1:30. That's perfect time for me.
Thank you, Kim. Guys, just arrived in Perth. Awesome. Are you watching the game? I'm all ready for the match against Roma tomorrow. That's awesome. Let us know how that goes. Keep up the great work, guys. Just love your quality content. Thank you, man. Really appreciate it, bro.
Hey, yo, please send us pictures if you have any. Get in touch.
Yes.
On social media or whatever.
The Euros is starting in a few weeks. Three weeks, maybe. 3 or 4 weeks. 3 weeks. Yeah, tomorrow, though, we have England U17 against Italy U17. Quick opinion, England looks a little bit bigger than Italy, but technically Italy looks better. So I don't know how this game is going to go. England has more physicality, but they also do have technical ability. Italy, they look I don't know, they look a little bit smaller, but Italy did really do well against Poland. Poland, they all look big. The Polish guys all look big. We did really well against Sweden, and we did really well against what was the other team? Slovakia.
Yeah.
But England had some very difficult games. They had to play Portugal, they had to play France, they had to play Spain. So, they came second in that group. Have you been watching the games?
Yeah. I've been watching the highlights. I'm gonna try to watch the whole game tomorrow though.
Yeah, it's going to be a very competitive game. It's going to be interesting. And by the way, Camarda so far in that U17 competition he's been participating in has been doing very good. From the qualifiers
Yep.
where he's scoring goals almost every game, and now into the group stages. Now they're going to the quarterfinals. Albania, man, Forza Albania, dude. They can upset a lot of teams. Hopefully, they upset Spain. I don't want to reverse.
Are you knocking on wood?
I don't want to reverse jinx it.
Yeah.
If Albania can take out Spain, oh my lord, I'll be very happy. Reverse jinx. All right, what else is there?
Not much, man. We can close if you want. I mean, I think we've basically. I think at this point we know more about Fonseca than his wife does.
Yeah. Man, you know what would suck if we do all this research on Fonseca and then he doesn't end up being the coach. That'll be fucking what a waste. All right, so let's close. All right, guys. So yeah, we're going to be following the mercato. We're going to see what's going to happen. We have some good international games coming up, which is also going to move the market because if there could be some big performances in the Euro or interesting performances in the Euro, and it could be a good tournament for the players to showcase, what they got. Maybe Milan can get creative. Reindeers is going to be on the team, but not Zerkze.
Yeah. And I hope Niang stays in Serie A, by the way.
Why would he not?
No, I'm just saying, I hope he re-signs with them if he, I'm happy for the guy.
Yeah. All right. Okay. So, see you next time.
Bye, guys. Thanks for joining.
Oh,
And,
wait. Hold up. Before we go, let's just see what Vipal said. Let me see. I always forget to check what Vipal says, but this time we will not forget.
Roy, this summer we have to do another one of those live streaming sessions of the matches.
What is it?
The lives. I'll tell you later. What does the poll say?
Give me a sec. Watch Galliani sign the Yeah, that'd be cool. That would be cool if you did that. Okay, let's see. So, what or who should run Milan? 13% have said Jerry and Furlani. 17% have said Toaster. 25% have said J-Lo. And 45% have said Windows 94.
Guess.
Right.
Wait. What did you vote yourself?
Yeah.
What did you say? Windows 94.
No, J-Lo.
Guess what I said?
Toaster.
No.
Jerry Furlani.
No.
Windows 94.
No. I said J-Lo.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Me too. I said J-Lo.
At least she serves a purpose, you know.
Yeah.
All right, I have to go, but
All right.
Buenas noches.
All right. Have a good one, guys. Peace out.
If there's emergency news, I'm down. I will start up a live, you know. But if there's like big news,
All right. Okay.
but I doubt it this week. So,
all right.
peace, guys.
Have a good one, guys. Peace.